network. I'm not sure why that is the case, but definitely the line is not happening the way it should from his end, and we need to do something about that. Very, very important. It is Radio Biafra, and of course talking to you about Biafran history. Very, very important, something that everybody must pay close attention to. But unfortunately the network issue here is persisting, but obviously it cannot be from my end because I through a direct call, which means there is no reason why it should be problematic. But let's see if we can get him on, as our time is also fast spent. Mazi, can you hear me now? If you can, go ahead. The line was a bit digital, so I have to reconnect. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just summarize the July massacre and the May massacre, which, as you know, was therefore pushing us towards a scenario where if you're outside eastern region of Nigeria, you're not safe as an Igbo person, or you're not safe if you're an Eastern. In Lagos, the first person they killed was someone who looked like an Igbo person. It's Captain Ekenem on Carter Bridge. They just looked at him and said, "You look Igbo." They killed him. He's from Calabar. Okay? In Yoruba land, in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, in Lagos, nowhere was safe for the Igbo person. In Lagos, they go from door to door. They knock on your door and they said, "Toro." If you say Toro like the Igbo person, they realize they're Igbo and they killed you. Some of the houses were dubbed "So Brother," so you know which one belongs to the Yoruba, which one belongs to the Igbo. So the Igbos have to leave Lagos. If you give the account of those who are famous, like Chinedu, he has to make his way and escape from Lagos. Okay, so they were after them. So nowhere, therefore, was safe for an Igbo person. So they decided to have a conference. This happened in July, and come September, the conference was going on, and as this was going on, they had more killings in the north. The killing was such that Gowon himself had to appeal and ask them, for God's sake, stop killing. That's enough now. Yeah, they carried on killing. And the type of killing is not just, they killed you with impunity. They have all sorts of methods of killing people. People were buried in whales. They just dumped them inside the well and sealed the well. Pregnant women were have their womb ripped up and the children killed. The women were rounded up from, if you like, nursing colonies, from nursing schools, and sent to leper colonies to be gang raped by lepers. There's no atrocities visited on the people of Eastern region. And so, as a result, they all gathered to the Eastern region, those who escaped. And the account is all in this booklet I'm talking to you about, the Tribunal of Justice, and it's worth people to read it and understand the background to why the Biafrans, that was declared a year later, said that they couldn't be safe anywhere in Nigeria. Okay, so because I don't know if you want me to pause regarding the killings, or whether you want me to clarify and answer some more questions.
All right, Mazi, I think it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, for us, we are just listening and learning, of course, with our history. So you go ahead and do it. And of course, if you can start summarizing for today, unfortunately, time is always an issue. In the next 10 minutes, see if you can summarize. And then next week, we come back with another part 3. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So therefore, people were returning from the north. Those who escaped with all sorts of wounds. Remember, some of them were permanently wounded and injured. Some were maimed for life. Some came back with some pieces of their body. A mother will have a basket as she was running. The only thing inside that basket is the severed head of her daughter after plaiting the head. They just chopped the head off, and the mother carried the baby and put it inside the basket and ran. When the train stopped at a place like Makurdi, the bodies were dumped in the Benue River. There's somebody, 6'2" person, I forgot his name, who was beheaded, and abdomen ripped open and his intestine gushing out, and they put his body back in the train. So when he arrived in Enugu, he was supposed to scare the Igbos. And the other thing that Ojukwu in December, around the Christmas time, where all this goings on, I read somewhere they put a box, send him a box of presents from the north. And when they opened it, there was a head of an Igbo person. And they're supposed to scare him. His name is Ondimegu. How do you scare somebody whose name is Fair? So they made a wrong judgment, thinking that Ojukwu is going to capitulate. So this is why the Igbos, if you like, and Easterners came together and said, this cannot go on forever. You can't kill us in 45, kill us in 53, kill us in 1966, May, July, September, October, all the way to December. And they want us to be in one country. So Ojukwu was told, what's this thing about Aburi? You want to go to Aburi to talk to what? About what? We can't trust these people. So Ojukwu said, we have to take one extra step. So he was persuaded to go to Aburi to say, how are we going to live with people? We can't go to Lagos, we're not safe. We can't go to the north, we're not safe. Even where we are, we're not safe. Okay? So what do we do? Well, Jojo is better than war. It's always good to talk. So they went to Ghana. And luckily for them, it was Ankara, who's the Ghana head of state, who invited them at a place called Aburi, where they sat down and mapped out how is it possible to live together again in one country, where one section is being killed with impunity. So Ojukwu told them, and they all agreed. The first thing is to renounce the use of force to solve the problems. As gentlemen, they're not going to use force anymore. They agreed. They said, okay, how about what we do with the military? Those from the east, they return to the east. Those in the west, go to the west. Those in the north, go back to the west, to the north. Okay, so in other words, you have your military come to where you are from, your place of origin. How about police force? You have areas of command. In other words, we need to have separate components of these security forces to guarantee some form of security. You need to pull apart slightly, remain in one country, so that when things are cooled down, we can then come back together. Everyone agreed. It's a great idea. Yeah. So why don't we sign the forms? They signed the form. General Ankara said yes. Are you guys happy with this? Said yes. Ankara was so happy. I'm so happy with you guys. Well done. We solved this African problem and so on. We just have to carry on as brothers. So they came home. Aburi was conducting a cordial arrangement. Everybody was happy. Then Gowon was supposed to announce the findings. Remember, the Supreme Commander was still missing. Agui was still missing. They had to announce that he has died, and therefore we're now going to make Gowon the Supreme Commander. Okay, because up until then, he's not the Supreme Commander, because he took power from the Supreme Commander, and he hasn't consulted the rest of the military. Okay, so now he wasn't any more superior in rank than what's his name, Robert Adenka, who is the Western governor. Neither is he more superior militarily than Ojukwu, but he assumed power because the people behind him have got the guns. So after Aburi, it was decided that Gowon could be the Supreme Commander. Okay? But everybody, if you have a decision, we all have to agree to that decision before we go ahead with it. In other words, You have to have it in concurrence. Everyone has to agree. But Gowon then said, no. According to the people advising him, his permanent secretary, I say, well, we know you signed this, but it's going to cause Nigeria to divide. We're not going to agree to it. So you have to change your mind. And we think the British might have been also inspired to not to allow him to sign this, to carry out what they agreed to. So as a result, there's a retraction. He started going back on his word. Unknown to him, though, known to him, fully aware that the Aburi Accord was recorded on a gramophone. So it's not a case of you said, I said, or he said. There's evidence of what was actually discussed.
So, Mazi, what you are telling me is that Aburi Accord was recorded. Is that right?
Yes, it was recorded in gramophone.
So tell me, how do we explain this man, this old, dying, lying man, Gowon? Till today, he is still saying Ojukwu is twisting the truth. That was not what we agreed in Aburi, even though it was recorded.
Yes, one day we'll get the Aburi and play it. So that's what was played in the eastern region. Yeah, this is what happened in Aburi. We all listened to it. And the T-shirts came out. On Aburi, we stand. Okay? We are not going to budge on Aburi. Okay? So they all knew what happened. So because they had the superior weapons, all the military, everything was in the north. So they thought, well, if Ojukwu disobey, we declare a state of emergency, we invade the east, and it would take about 72 hours, and that would be it. And that is what happened. So Aburi, they negated on it, including paying those who abandoned their jobs. If you're working for the government in the north, let's say you work in the railway, you haven't been paid since May. You ran away, and no one's paying you. No one paying your school fees for your children. There's no means of livelihood. The eastern region was supposed to support all these 2 million XM flocks. So there comes a time when you say, well, what are you going to do about all this? Part of the Aburi agreement was to help pay towards them. Gowon reneged. Ojukwu said, okay, from April 1967, we're going to collect tax in the east. And the money we collect in the east, we're going to use it to rehabilitate those refugees. And we're going to keep the money. Gowon said, you can't do that. If you do that, we will blockade you. So Ojukwu went ahead with the survival edict, which is what he propagated. And Gowon said, I'm going to impose a blockade. So you sealed off, so you can't trade from the east. As a result, you can see with a journey of no return. You can't go back to Nigeria, they'll kill you. You can't stay as you are, they blockade you. You declare yourself a different country. And that was what happened. So Ojukwu called all the experts to come and sit down and discuss what our options are. Do we stay in Nigeria or do we leave Nigeria? They voted with their feet. Means there was a unanimous decision that we've had enough of all these duplicitous people who want to kill us, take our resources, and leave us to die. So they said, please, Ojukwu, at the earliest practical date, we are not asking you, we are mandating you, declare Eastern Region a sovereign nation by the name Republic of Biafra. Before the ink could dry on that day's conference, Gowon decided to divide the country and carve the East into different sections, River State, Ogoja State, East Central State, and reduce it into a dot. Okay, this is where it all started. So if you carve up the country, you didn't ask your permission, nobody knew where the boundary was, you just declare that area is now East Central State, River State, and Ogoja State, and then you declare a state of emergency. And you're going to take over the whole area.
All right, Mazi.
So that is why the people fought.
Mazi, as we are about to summarize, I want to ask you this question. Let's put this record straight. So basically, what I'm getting to understand, or what you're telling me, is that the reason why Gowon divided the state is to confuse and create hatred among us, because it's working. If you ask me, it is working. You should hear where an Imo State man is talking to an Anambra, and where an Anambra person is talking to an Imo. You will never know that they speak the same language, because that was the whole idea of divide and rule. Can you summarize on that note? And then, of course, next week we'll continue. Go ahead, please.
Yes. The idea of dividing the Eastern region is to weaken the Eastern region as a unit. Okay, you try to weaken them by dividing into along ethnic lines. The only problem with that is that you don't know where the boundaries are. Because Port Harcourt, for example, used to be an Owerri province. The Igbos, if you like, and their brothers developed Port Harcourt. If you now excise Port Harcourt away from Igbo as a territory, you're asking for trouble, because these are the people who built Port Harcourt. So it's a deliberate ploy to sow seed of discord among the Eastern region. The people from Ogoni, Ejo, Ogoja, they were all involved in the declaration of Biafra. They turned up in the elders' meeting, consultative assembly, Eastern region. And it was a unanimous decision to pull away from Nigeria, because they've had enough at that stage. Nigeria cannot guarantee they're not going to kill you. Okay? So you have no choice but to be your own. And the whole Biafra, therefore, was a shield. The Ojukwu said, if you can cross this line from the north, he won't go out to the north to bring you back, but if you can cross this line and come to the Eastern region, then you are safe. He will do everything he can to protect you. And that is how Biafra came to be. So on the 30th of May, Ojukwu declared Biafra, the Eastern region, as a sovereign state. Remember, the killing started in May 66. We're talking a whole year of deliberation before Biafra was declared as a sovereign state. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. You know, when it comes to the end of this program, I feel it continues again. To be honest with you, I was born after the war. And whenever I hear this history, oh my goodness me, I sit and I want to listen and listen and learn. Mazi, please, you're not going to let me down now. Next week is yet another Date with Destiny. It is part 3 of Biafran history. Thank you very much, Mazi. We appreciate you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Do you want to say something about the upcoming program, please, quickly?
Yes, indeed. In UK, we are blessed with so many activities. Next Saturday, we are having the fundraising for the ESN. You and I know why we have to support the ESN. So please give us generously, so we can continue maintaining our land. We can see the history we've been through, and there's a need for us to defend our land. Let me explain to you about the land. During the war, Nigerians charged into all the cities, the Enugus, the Owerris, the Abas, the Port Harcourt, the Umahia. The only place that was safe for the average Biafran was the bushes, the forest. So this time round, the enemy knows that, so they've gone into your forest to go and occupy there. So if you start running into there, they'll be waiting. If you stay in the city, they have all their armor and so on. Okay? So it's important that the ESN is supported to clear the forest, not only for farming, for your own protection. So please support the fundraising. So that is this Saturday. The Saturday after that is continuation of the Biafra Education Program. The BEAD is on the 20th of August. This time we're talking about the humanitarian support of those who help Biafrans in the genocide. It's amazing people, the daredevil pilots who brought food in, who are being shot at as they brought the food in. You've got to come and hear about them and all the things that they did for us. The Saturday after that, we're going to Milton Keynes for evangelism. And coming up in October, we'll be going to Liverpool football ground, because Chinedu is a supporter of Liverpool. We make sure he will never walk alone. So we're going there to support.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot more announcement to be made. So continue to support us.
Thank you very much.
God bless you all.
And bless you too, Mazi. My goodness me, am I loving this or not? Do you hear that? our bushes used to be our safe haven when the enemies attack. I remember these things. When something happens, you run into the bushes. And our enemies knows that, and this is why they try to occupy our bushes, so that when they kill us at home and you try to run into the bushes, they will ambush you and you are dead and nobody to save you. And this is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a man of wisdom, a man of intelligence, of course, opted for the ESN to protect us even in our bushes. When people hear that the ESN are in the bushes, they're like, what are they doing in the bushes? Can't they come out? It's because people who ask them to be in the bushes are more intelligent than me and you. They understand how our enemies think and how their brains operate. So support ESN, very, very important. And of course, we thank Dr. Okachi, who is giving us this history. And next week, please make it a date again with Destiny here on Radio Biafra. Hello, Motherland. Please, I had a problem with my Facebook. They banned me. My goodness me, you know, until they ban you, then you know you are not yet a freedom fighter. So they banned me, and I was streaming on Ikechukwu Onoha JP. It's a page, Ikechukwu Onoha JP. If you can search it on Facebook, Ikechukwu Onoha JP. And that's what we'll be using for now, and see how we can do, because I use my Facebook to go into Radio Biafra London, but I cannot because it is banned, and therefore I have to find an alternative. So please, Ikechukwu Onoha JP, if you are listening, you can subscribe to that, and we are using it for now until I am unblocked again after a month. It's a long blockade, so we don't care, but we continue. We are not going to stop because of that blockade. Ikechukwu Onoha JP, that is the page we are using now, and this broadcast, of course, is there as well. You can see it there, and it will be also playing on Radio Biafra community radio app. All right, this is where we bring it to an end. I thank you all for listening. If you don't know your history, trust me, you will not know where you are coming from. That history they've denied us, we are coming back stronger to write the record, or rather to rewrite and set the record straight. Very, very important. I want to thank my brother from Free State, Welcome, Mazi Obi from Welcome. He is the one who helped us, because what we do is we try to call our guests direct call, so there will not be more interruptions. If we are using WhatsApp to do this, trust me, it will be reconnecting and reconnecting. So we did a direct call to the UK to get our guests for almost an hour, and our brother from Free State, Welcome, IPOB Free State, Welcome, I mean a zone, or rather not a zone, or unit or whatever that is so close to my heart, they helped us. And of course, it is my brother Obi who did this. May Elohim continue to bless you. And of course, if you will help us, and that will be appreciated. I'm talking to people here in South Africa. We have a Wi-Fi connection, of course. That is for all our other equipment. But when it comes to making call, we need to make a direct call so that we can have a seamless, interaction with the guests. Especially this history, our broadcast is very, very important. Not just for you, but even for your children. You can play it for them to know who you are, where you come from, and where we are going. Thank you, my brother Obi. We really appreciate you. All right, this is where we leave it. Thank you, Mazi Sochi Mambanale. He will be coming up, of course, from next week, and then he will be holding Motherlands in the evening while I go back to my normal slot, which is Sadek in the morning. All right, from me, and of course, from here, it is goodbye. May God bless Biafra. May God bless our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Goodbye, and God bless. Biafra. May God bless our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Goodbye, and God bless.
It's M. Josh on the beat.
It's time to break loose from the chains. It's time for our freedom. Africa. can never let them negotiate our freedom, no. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of the black man. Told us that Jesus died for us, but the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for us, but the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for us, but the black man still they suffer. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for us, but the black man still they suffer.
Onye karaka onye bora boshike yeye Ochiwa na London weye Iye jege me na Manchester Udele neliozue Udele neliozue Udele neliozue Udele neliozue Opuso di manue Udele neliozue Vampire ndi moe Udele neliozue Ojobara kwaka Udele neliozue Ojobare mojiyo Udele neliozue The Supreme Court to governor Udele neliozue Udele neliozue Udele neliozue Udele neliozue Otribution munne Udele neliozue mwamram Hey, Ochiwone na London Let's take things apart na France Yejege na Manchester Udele neliozue Udele neliozule Vampire ndi Imo State Yes, vampire ndi Imo State Hopo jobana kwaka Amadara mu hopo zodi manure Na for 2004 Rona for 2006 Mbole sowari Ndi 419 Mbende video coverage Kamatara hopo zodi man Amanu ya sonyo gwego Obiazi biamo pledi Supreme Court obiara anyị ya Fada Mbaka bịa lele onye kpọrọ hopu ndị Imo sa Chineke gbara gị elebil na bịakwuo ihe gbasara ya ọwụ onye gwara anyị sa hopu gara n'Imo steeti sa Chineke anyị ahụ na hopu ahụ ngụnụ ha tige hopu ụzọ dị mmanụ ọga ya dịrị ụnụ na mmanụ anụ mere ala Imo steeti arụwe tinyere anyị ihe ụjọ bara kwa aka amụsụ na-eri ụmụ ya amụsụ na-eri ụmụ papa ya nke ndị Imo steeti onye ogwe ka mama n'ala Imo steeti onye ogwe ka anyị mama n'uwe ọhụrụ ndị bidoro ya plus ahụ bidoro ya na ọhịa eji jụọ ya sọ ma ha na-akpọ ya yasa ya nwa ihe ije ọchịwa nwayọ kwa aga m ekwu eziokwu oche mara je were nne Fulani ihe tinyere anyị ihe ọha ebube agụ ebube oke ebube atụrụ a na-egwusi ndị Imo steeti ihe ịbịa n'ala ọlụwe yusu n'ebe ahụ agwụla n'owe ọkwa obodo ya ahụ is only local government ya na-egbu ụmụnne ya na-atọ ya ụtọ egbu ụmụnna ya this is grandmasters onye rere nwanne ya rijuo afọ fegi ihe ga-echegharị ya jekpaje joro chasa juju n'uwe ihe mere ya n'uwe ọ ga-agwa gị hopu ụzọ dị mma o chere na ya rụ ụmụnne ya n'aka ndị ugwu na ha ga-etinye ya as president ya ga-adịghị achị president mana ha metara wụọ ya n'ala wụọ ya prapra ihe na onwe ya megbuo ya so wa sịrị na ya bata na ebe ahụ echi olilolo hopu ụzọ dị mma wụọ ya prapra o nwere ihe m chọrọ ịgwa gị ụzọ dị mma otu ụbọchị ọchịchị ga-apụ gị n'aka ka anyị mara nụ ebighị ebi na n'Imo chebakwụgwọ Hausa ahụ maka ebe adịba anyị na gị chebakwụgwọ Hausa ị ga-emechapụ n'oche ma gị ma grandmaster gị oche shi n'ụwa a ga-emechapụ oge ahụ eruwa n'elu oge erulelu.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land, and today is the 6th day of August in the year of our Lord 2022. Today is Saturday, a day dedicated to discussions concerning religious matters. Therefore, I urge each and every one of you to draw nearer to your listening devices. Even bring your friends and siblings, well-wishers, even your enemies, onto this hallowed platform to listen. Because this is where we speak it the way it is. It doesn't matter what our Lai Mohammed, the Nigerian government, has been dealing with Google. It doesn't matter. Because as I'm talking to you, even the YouTube of some of our media outlets, like IPOB Rapture Media, is being shut down since, I think, since yesterday or the day before yesterday. But will it stop us from saying it as it is? The answer is no. You tune in on different, there is no way they can control us, because they know that what we are doing is our right. That we are wounded people that has been killed, slaughtered, massacred, genocide committed on us. Therefore, I don't care. I don't care any person or group of people that just want to make money on Nigeria in order to try to suppress what you are doing. It's impossible, because we will continue. We will never stop. What these people fail to understand is that we shall never stop. It doesn't matter their lives, it doesn't matter the way Nigerian finance is being used in order to bribe world bodies and entities to stop us. It's impossible. It's impossible. We will continue because the world, in their subconscious, in their heart of hearts, in their conscience, they know that what we are doing, even we're supposed to do more than this. They have been expecting us to rise up since. But lo and behold, because of ignorance, we were quiet until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came in order to stir up, to give us awareness, for us to understand what time is it. And here we are. We will continue what we are doing. We are not going to stop. Before I continue onto this hallowed platform, let us pray. We shall pray.
Eze Chukwu okike abịa ama. Chukwu kere ihe niile mana onwere ihe kere ya. Aja ani Igbo. Ọkụ ọgụnyere nwata n'aka anaghị ele ya. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ. Mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Asị m na abụ m nwata na-asa alụ n'afọ o nwere ihe mma. Ọkụ unu kpọrọ m oku. Ọkụ unu gụnyere m ọkụ a n'aka sị na ọ gaghị ele m. Asị m na mbọsị ọbụla mụnwa bụ nwa Eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba nke ọma dịka John Place Sampe Master aka ji ọfọ Igbo niile. Asị m na ntinye aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo ma ọ tinye aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra, Chukwu okike abịa ma aja anyị Igbo asị gị megide m. Mana ọ bụrụ na m atinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo, na m atinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra, na m atinyela aka n'imegide Nnamdi Kanu, onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide Nnamdi Kanu, onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo, onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra, onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide m, asị m ana tiwe lie ya. Asị m onye aṅụọ mmiri, mmiri gbagbuo ya. Asị m onye aṅụọ mmiri, mmiri gbagbuo ya. Asị m onye a zụkwụ na ana tiwe lie ya. Asị m onye a rie nnu, nnu atakasịrị ya arụ. Chukwu okike abịa ama ebunye m ọfọ Igbo niile. Ọfọ Igbo niile, ike nke ụmụ Igbo, ike nke ụmụ Igbo ji eju ọgụ. Abunye m gị tata bụ ụbọchị Eke, mmụọ niile bụ mmụọ Eke batara n'ala Igbo. Asị m gị binye, bịa n'ọrụ ụmụ Igbo ọgụ, bịa n'ọrụ ụmụ Biafra ọgụ, bịa n'ọrụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọgụ, bịa n'ọrụ m onwe m ọgụ, bịa n'ọrụ ndị ọdịnala niile ọgụ, bịa n'ọrụ ụmụnne anyị niile ọgụ. Asị m na bido tata gawa ka m na-ekwubi ndụ n'isi ụmụ Igbo, ka m na-ekwubi ọganihu n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile. Ana m ekwubi na tata ka ọgbaghara dị n'ala Igbo ga-adajọ. Tata ka ọnwụ dị n'ala Igbo ga-adajọ. Ya jeela anyị ọgụ n'ọnụ niile, ọnụ ọbụla na-eri nnu eri mmanụ anaghị ekwu arụ, ọnụ ọbụla na-eri nnu eri mmanụ anaghị emegide nwanne ya, n'ọnụ ọbụla na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu eri mmanụ nke pụrụ echiche imegide anyị, asị m ọnụ ada ogbu. Anya ọbụla na-ekpe anya ọjọọ nere anyị, anyị sị anya akpụọ isi. Ụkwụ ọbụla jeela anyị ije ọjọọ, anyị sị ụkwụ ada ngwụrọ. Aka ọbụla fụrụ anyị wee tụwa aka, anyị sị aka akpọnwụọ. Osisi ọbụla fụrụ anyị na-atụ nku, anyị sị ikuku fụtuo ya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ anyị wee cheta ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ anyị kpọwa akwa alịlị akọkwana ya akọ, anyị sị anya mmiri akọrọ ya n'anya, anyị sị na anyị ga ejere anyị ga na-ana. Ọ ga-adịrị anyị na mma, ọ ga-adịrị Nnamdi Kanu na mma, ọ ga-adịrị ezinụlọ ya na mma, ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo na mma, ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo nọ mba ofesi na mma, ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo nọ na mba niile pụrụ iche iche na mma. Ndị niile nọ n'ụlọ mkpọrọ na ha ga-apụta, ha ga-enwere onwe ha. Na anyị bụ nwatakịrị na-asa arụ n'afọ nke anyị kwutere bụ nke ọma, nke anyị gụtara bụ nke ọma, nabata na anyị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. Mana nke anyị na-agatara, biko gbaghara na anyị na anyị amara agụ na anyị bụ nwatakịrị. Anyị ekenekwa unu ụzọ ọbụla anyị si mehie megide unu, bịa gbaghara anyị ma nyekwa anyị ike na mmụọ anyị ga-eji gbaghara ndị mehiere anyị. Anyị ekpe ma kwere na gị nwa bụ Chukwu okike abịa ama, Chukwu Eke, Chukwu Orie, Chukwu Afọ, Chukwu Nkwọ, Chukwu kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya. Anyị sị gị ya gozie mmiri ya, gozie obodo niile ọ ga-awụsa, gozie obodo niile mmiri a ga-awụsa, gozie obodo niile mmiri a ga-awụsa, gozie mba niile, ala Biafra niile bụ ndị ga na-azụ ụkwụ n'okporo ụzọ mmiri a ga-awụsa. Gozie ha na Eke, gozie ha n'Orie, gozie ha na Afọ, gozie ha na Nkwọ, na Chukwu okike abịa.
Ise. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is Saturday, the 6th day of August 2022. without wasting time or taking much time, because our time has been taken a little bit or waded into. But it doesn't matter, but we continue. I will bring in our sister, please, to do your introduction or introductory statements before we move on. Wada, over to you, please.
Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, all Biafrans, genuine Biafrans. My names are Marian T. Hader. Welcome to today's episode, today's program of Spiritual Awakening. I wish you all good listening ears. Thank you for being a regular listener. God bless you all.
We welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends, even your enemies, onto this hallowed platform. This is where we preach what you can never hear in the mainstream media. That is the truth. What we do here is eye-opening. Something that's started by our leader. That is a legacy, and we continue it. It must be continued. Make no mistake about it. Our leader, who is in the enemy dungeon, must be released. We don't beg for our right. We demand for our right, and we got it. That is why we are IPOB. We don't start begging or start, shaking and begging like others. That have been begging since 1976 when they were created by the caliphate till today, and nothing. Nothing. Instead, what they do is personal enrichment. Personal aggrandizement and political positions of just very few, to the detriment of a whole of us as a people. Therefore, we must continue. Remember, today we are going to continue on the discussions of last week, Saturday, which is we continue on the motives for religious conversions. That is what we are going to continue talking about or discussing today. Please lend us your ears and listen, because before I go into the business of the day, I want to wade into some news headlines as usual. News that made headlines. We didn't write the news. We don't write those news, but we block them. We read it and analyze it so that every person will understand. Now, this first news headline: Amotekun intercepts 151 suspected invaders with charms, combat photographs in Ondo. Amotekun, that is a security outfit for Yoruba land. They intercepted 151 suspected invaders. You people know what it means. Invaders with charms, combat photographs in Ondo. Now, the question I want to ask is this. I think when Amoteku was created, there was too much brouhaha about it by the caliphate. Now, our leader started calling on our so-called political elites, governors, senators, to create our own in the eastern region. And all they did is plain politics about it. No, we are not going to, we are okay with the Nigerian police. Okay. And out of necessity, I say out of necessity, our leader created ESN. Eastern Security Network. All hell broke loose. Not even from the caliphate, no. They pushed their stooges, the Igbo governors. They pushed them into start taking action. Or they can do all, everything, everywhere hell broke loose. Why? No, this and all of a sudden, people that say that they don't need any security outfit in order to counter our ESN, which is explicitly made or formed in order to fight the Fulani headsmen in our bushes. The Igbo governors connived with the caliphate and formed the Bubago, which is now made up of more than 90% strangers, non-Igbos, Fulanis with other non-Igbos in our own land. Have you ever, where I'm heading to is this. Have you ever heard where they say, oh, just like this headline, Amoteku intercepts 151 suspected invaders with charms combat photographs in Ondo? Have you ever heard, since the formation of Ebubago, where they intercepted invaders, foreign invaders, like the Fulani headsmen in our land or coming to our land? Have you ever had it? It tells you all you need to know. Instead, what they go on doing is killing our people, destroying our properties. That is what they do. Like the one that happened today, where I think it's in Uguta, they burnt people's houses. Is it today or yesterday? They burnt our people's houses, killed people. It's very, very absurd. Gowon said it, that if he had it been he understood the Igbos as he did now, that he wouldn't have spent money, that big sum of money, importing weapons and endangering the lives of other Nigerian military. He would have done it, given some few Igbo people, given them just a little fraction of that money to some few Igbos, and they will do the job for them. Do you understand? And that is what they are doing today, isn't it? They use our Igbo governors who are extremely greedy. I say suffering from extreme greediness, extreme selfishness. In order to fight their own people. That is what we are seeing today. We understood. I saw somewhere somebody, for you to see how gullible our people is, in the social media, somebody wrote, he said, hope Uzodimma, before it was hopeless, but now it seems it's no more hopeless, it's hope. It drew it showed a photo of Wirolo Road. He said, look at how it's shining. It's hope Uzodimma did it. There, it confirms what we have been saying, that our people are highly gullible. Our people are sentimental. our people, you can get them with a, just the same way you get babies, children. No, stop crying, I will buy you an aeroplane if I'm, a baby that is trying to follow the father or the mother to get out. You console, it's crying, you console him. Oh, please, stop crying. No, don't worry, no, I'm going to buy you an aeroplane. Hey, he becomes happy, cheer up. Then after you give him one sweet, he will forget about every other thing. That is how our people are. Because somebody did use public fund, a fraction of public fund, which is not his money, to do something. Now his criminality is forgotten. The fact that he entered into that place illegally is forgotten because he built a road. When I look at our people, I said, no, we have a very long way to go. I say a very, very long way to go. Forget, I'm telling you honestly, we have a very long way to go in walking in the mindset of our people. But it will never discourage us. We must continue doing what we are doing. Look at Amoteku intercepting. Every time, this is not the first. Many times they intercept, they do their work. What is our own, if not ESN, that is facing the terrorists, the Fulani headsmen invaders in our forests? Now, everybody is killing our people. They are killing our people. And these people we call governors and senators in our land, they are there watching. Sometimes I wonder, how do they normally feel? No, let's be frank. In their quiet time, so they always believe that they are doing the right thing. That is what I used to ask. And I find out that these people, they don't even have conscience any longer. Because if you check the way they enter there, they sacrifice their conscience. Any Igbo politician sacrifices his conscience before being where he is as a politician. That is the only thing I can tell you. I'm telling you. Okay. Let me read another news headline. It says, a police inspector dies. Another in critical condition as policemen soldiers clash in Lagos. Please, you that is listening to my voice, have you ever seen in a country, no, in this our modern world, which country, any person that know, please, if you have heard or seen, please inbox me, send it to me. Is there any country in this world where the police and the military, they are fighting, shooting themselves, killing themselves? It's only in Nigeria you hear it. It happens all the time. Police and military, they shoot, they kill themselves. In a country where they're supposed to protect the citizens. It is highly absurd. Now, there's another news headline: how soldiers beat police inspector to death over traffic in Lagos. Do you see why we always solicit that everybody should fight injustice? It doesn't matter who it affects. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. Let me say it again. This is the reason why IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra, is championing that people should rise up against injustice in any part of that zoo called Nigeria. It doesn't matter who is the victim. Because what I see Nigerians do is this: Once injustice is committed, the victim, they will start looking about the victim, trying to investigate more on the victim. Who the victim is, whether it's from which tribe, which religion, which part of the country, whether he is rich, or is he his social status, before making comment or judgment. There are some people, the victim will be, he merits it. I beg, let them kill him. It's good as they kill him. Do you see what is happening in Nigeria? That is why once the injustice you fail to combat, it will one day touch you. Today they have killed a police inspector. Monday, Orukpe reportedly died from injuries he sustained after soldiers of the Army Ordnance Corps beat him to coma in Lagos on Wednesday. Do you see it? Do you see it? Because when they do it to other citizens, you know, the police and military in Nigeria, they are another set of human beings. They are not ordinary. They are not ordinary bloody civilians, as they will call our citizens. Derogatory name. Now, this police officer, he will see soldiers kill bloody civilians, as they used to call it, and he will cover them. He say, I beg, leave now these bloody civilians. But today, he met also the same treatment by the same soldiers he used to support, the same military. Police will kill, civilians to death. Citizens. What is civilians? Citizens to death. They will cover it. As a police inspector, he will cover it and say, no, he's a hoodlum. He will find one way or the other to plant a gun on the dead body. Say, after, we exchange gunfire, my boys exchange gunfire with them, and their firepower is more, so he was killed. These are innocent citizens that we are going about their normal businesses, killed by police officer or military for nothing. This man that is killed with a police inspector, Mondorukbe, he will cover it and blame the victim, calling him either a kidnapper, an armed robber, or anything. Today, he suffered the same fate. Do you see what we always say here? Anywhere you see injustice, it doesn't matter who suffered it, please fight against that injustice. That is our motto, IPOB motto. You understand? That is why I'm going. Look at another news headline. It leads to another news headline. It said, 16-year-old girl commits suicide over alleged forced marriage in Kanu. A 16-year-old girl that could be anything tomorrow, but she is dead. She committed suicide. Why? Because she was forced into marriage. That is a country you want us to continue being with them. In a country that is still stuck, people that are still stuck in 7th century. You want us to continue being with them? We are forced marriages. They don't allow women to go to school, just as they do by Taliban today in Afghanistan. And you want us to be as medieval as this type of people? This is a crime. It's a crime against us, Biafrans. I'm telling you, for forcing us. It pains me when I hear Britain or British High Commissioner Catherine Long. He said the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable. I look at this woman, I look at British government, it pains my heart. So these are the people you want us to continue being with, so that women will not be allowed to get education. Instead, from 12 years old, they will be sold into forced marriage. Whereas if you try this in the United Kingdom, you will go life imprisonment. Do you see how they have sentenced us? where they sentence us to be. This 16-year-old girl in Kanu, it doesn't matter who she is. It doesn't matter the tribe she is. Evil should be condemned. That is who we are. That is why we are making our own case. All these things is to showcase to the world that we are not supposed to be in the same country with this. It's just like telling India, okay, be with Afghanistan from today will be part of India. You can never, no person will never accept it. Whereas these people, they don't want, they abolish women going to school, just like you have in Sharia laws. Even not only women, they say Western education is evil. That is Boko Haram, and that is why they are closing schools everywhere. From Abuja schools are closed, to Nasarawa, to Kogi. They are systematically, going the way, implementing Boko Haram narratives, and the Nigerians don't see it. They don't know. They rubbish education in the whole of Nigeria. That is Boko Haram. ASU strike, they don't care whether you go to school or you don't go to school, because that is not their problem. After all, they are fighting against Western education. They want everybody to be zombies, zombieing around without any education, so that they can control you at wish, so that whatever their failure, the failure of the politicians of the government, they will tell you to go to mosque and pray. It is not them, it is God. It is the God's willing. In churches, the same thing. They will tell you go to churches and pray. As zombies as you are, you will not think, and they will think for you. Do you see it? That 16-year-old girl, she could be an inventor tomorrow. Take that 16-year-old girl while alive, take her to a country like even England, right from her birth. Maybe she will become an inventor, she will become a scientist. Do you understand? But in the zoo, she is being forced into marriage, and she said instead of her going into forced marriage, let her die. She committed suicide, and Nigerians are not reacting about it. That's because lives of Nigerians don't matter. They will see it as a story. Oh, it's a news. It happened in Kanu. Now wow, now this Ndugu self. Now wow, they are killing. Nigeria, the way they behave. But why he die now? If I go marry now, maybe the man a rich man. When you listen to Nigerians, the average Nigerian, the way they think. So sometimes whether you start regretting being a human being, whether it would have been better for you to be created a tree, because of living with this type of people with the type of mindset they have. Now why go down now? Wow, what if you're a rich man? Maybe a rich man self. If for stay there, even if anything, you go to enjoy. Oh, Nigerians done. It's a pity. This quiet as headsmen turn Delta State High Court premises to grazing zone. That is it. They come with impunity. After all, now in Biafra land, it is the cows are being reared by Nigerian military. The Nigerian military, armed to the teeth. They are rearing. Nigerian military are busy protecting cows, rearing cows with guns. And you are telling me that we should continue in a very zombic place like this? Now we enter into a mess. I don't know why. Why this type of mess? I don't know. But we must continue. Now, let me Benue governors volunteer guards. Okay, wait. I have many. Okay, Benue governor. raise volunteer guards. You understand? And I applaud to the Benue State Governor. He is trying, a lone voice in the midst of wolves. He is in the Middle Belt. There are other states in the Middle Belt. Look at Plateau. Look at even Nasarawa. Look at Niger. What they put there are the stooges, full and caliphate stooges. They don't care. After all, Solomon Lalong, the Plateau State Governor, he is the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum. So he is busy cheering people that are killing his own people. Whereas in Plateau, they are annihilating villages, communities, sacking them, and replacing them with the Fulani. He is busy in his high place as a governor, being called the governor. Oh, he is the favorite of the caliphate. In other places like that, the same thing, Nasarawa, Niger State. All these people, they will never rise up. Instead, do you see, it's a very big pity. The Fulani, they understand politics. I used to say this. They understand the politics more than they are highly advanced in politics more than the indigenous population. Sometimes I say I want somebody to call with good faith, because here we learn from each other. I am not Mr. Know-it-all. I want somebody to call and prove me wrong and say no with facts and figures and say no, my comrade, what you are saying, you are wrong. That the Fulani, they are not the best, they are not good in politics. I want somebody to call me. I like contrary opinion, as long as we are doing it to learn, not by violence as Nigerians used to do. Because the Nigerians, they don't learn. They want to impose that thing. Okay, no, they will be. We used to know, when our leader will be speaking on somebody we call a Nigerianist, we call our leader, when he will allow the person to speak and talk. When our leader will like to speak, he will say no, you will continue ranting. They call it ranting. He don't want to hear. He continue ranting like a broken record. Do you call to learn? Do you call to teach me or to rant? Allow me to make point, so that you also, I will allow you to make point. That is how reasonable arguments or discussions are being done. So this is what I like. I maintain till tomorrow that the Fulanis, they are masters in politics compared to the indigenous people in the zoo. I say by none, the Fulanis are number one when it comes to politics. When you look at the events of things, there is something in my heart. I will say it now. Before we enter into the mention, what I hope you will come in, please. But let me say this: like I was listening to Dr. Lois Okachi's history. Yes, what happened? Yes, the 1966 coup. If they are the people that on Igbo people or Easterners understand politics, do you know what they would have done? Let me tell you. Once they killed Sanwana of Sokoto, killed all these other people, Tafawa Balewa, killed all of them, even in the West, they should have killed even Nnamdi Azikiwe. It is not for a sin of his, no, but for political purpose. To send a political message that we are not doing this to protect our own. We are doing it for Nigeria. It's a political message. The Fulani, they know how to do this. Let me tell you this story, which I used to say here. When I will never forget this. There are some things it stick into my mind. It stick into my head, my brain. 2015, when the real Buhari visited America, when he took office, the real Buhari, Donald Trump, President Trump accused him directly that if they should do something to protect Christians, or he will do it. Late Buhari said, no, it's not about Christians. It's not. It never had the insecurity in Nigeria. Is not. It doesn't have any religious undertone. Let me tell you this. Do you know that late Buhari was still in America? I think the day he is on the way coming, a mosque was bombed. I think either in Katsina or Kaduna or Kanu. A mosque where people were worshiping on Friday and killed. Do you know that? Do you know what happened? Do you know how what the message they sent in order to solidify the statement of Buhari? It's a political undertone. Let me tell you that things are not. If you want to succeed in some things are not straightforward, as many of our Igbo people, many Biafrans believe. Now be straight. No. Sometimes things are not straight. Things are done for political reasons, in order to send a political message. No matter you sacrifice that person, because the lives of millions of people is more important than the life of one person you will sacrifice. Do you understand? You know, I told you in history, in Second World War, there is this man. I've forgotten his name. He's a Spanish, I think either Spanish or from a Dutch, but he lives in England as a farmer. He became the most important double agent. He was sent by Hitler, by the Nazis, to be spying, to give information on the Allied forces. But he met the Secret Service M16 in London and told them that, look, I am a spy for Hitler, but I look what he's doing. They didn't take him serious. They said, look at this useless man. Who are you? He told them, I'm a spy. Until he gave them some facts and they shocked. Now they don't want him to blow his cover. Listen what I'm telling you. The Allied forces, the M16, they didn't want him to blow his cover. They said, okay, we'll be giving you information to be furnishing to Hitler. In order to deceive him, he became a double agent. Now, do you know, sometimes military operations will be planned against, in England, against Germany. Now, M16 will leak this information to this man, say, go and tell this, go tell it to Hitler. Hitler loved this man too much because he gave them accurate information. Do you know what? The British used to sacrifice the lives of few of their soldiers in order to continue making Hitler to continue trusting this man. Do you understand what it means? That is politics. It is better to lose a battle than to lose a war. That is it. It is better to lose a battle than to lose the whole war. There was a very big operation. You understand? Clandestine commando operations behind the enemy line.
Mazi, sorry. The name of the guy, is it Gowon Pujol?
Yes.
Is it? Okay.
Maybe. It's not in my head now. But I was thinking about this man.
He helped in the Normandy landing. He made it,
He is yes, he made it possible. The Normandy landing. Yeah. He's the person that made it possible. This man.
In 1944,
exactly.
June 1944.
Yes.
His name is Gowon Pujol.
Okay. So, this man, what Britain used to do, they can sacrifice the lives of few soldiers, even if up to 100, no problem. They planned this operation to go and sabotage the enemy line, big guns of the Nazis, of Germans. They need to parachute these people behind the enemy lines clandestine in the night. In all that time, the radar was not as sharp as now. So the M16, without knowing, the M16 went and leaked this thing to this man. Say, tell it to, they are coming. He gave them the accurate time, and this man sent the message to Hitler. And Hitler prepared his boys, waiting for them the place they land. And these few hundreds of soldiers, many of them were even captured alive. They were slaughtered. What am I trying to tell? This is politics. You sacrifice some people in order to save everybody. So, had it been our people are political, they have political knowledge. But not in politics is highly sophisticated. It's not other things they are playing. That is criminality. Had it been they know what these coup plotters, what they would have done, kill East, kill West, kill North, it doesn't matter. Don't so that that one they would have killed Azikiwe to send message that by now no person BBC cannot say it's a Igbo coup. No person will believe them. They'll say, but look at they killed Azikiwe, so Azikiwe is even their main man. So that argument will not hold. That is politics, for goodness sake. Our people lack politics. They every time they do things with sentiment. And this is where Yakaina suffer today. Is it not, Wanda? I don't know whether you want to come in. Wanda, please.
Yeah, I will start with the agent. Like his real name was what I gave you, but his agent name was Gabo. Maybe that's the one you're familiar with. Gabo. Yeah.
That is Gabo. It. That is it.
Yeah. That was his agent name. And he was regarded as somebody that saved the humanity because of the sacrifices he put up. But now, in reacting to all the news you have said, I'm going to start by saying, treating the security thing, I'm going to be very brief. Talking about the reason why, we have to look at that, because you asked, it was more like a question. Why is it that the security outfit that is at Motoku, they are doing what they're supposed to do? Even as the governor of Benue State has set up his own now, that's the mission and the vision he has for them, to tackle, dictate the infractions of the Fulani headers, to stop them or slow down the Fulanization of his people, or displacement of his people through all this ethnic cleansing that is going on. But when it comes to our own, the so-called Ebubago, because we are talking about all these the security outfits that are, were set up by this so-called state government. Our own is the reverse. The argument becomes, which is going to hinge to what we're about to discuss today, the reason. That's the main thing. Reasons are always the vision or the mission of whoever that is trying to do something, whether it's the conversion or whatever. Look at the reason why it's being set up. When the Eastern governors came together, they did not come together to tackle the insecurity in Biafra land. They came together to work against the insecurity in Biafra land. What do I mean? Because there was already an outfit. First of all, there was a vacuum. Nobody was policing, nobody was checkmating, nobody was looking after our people as they were being maimed, killed in cold blood day when they go to their farms. Nobody was doing so. Mazi or Hamadike set up the Eastern security. You would think that these people, the so-called our elites, both religious and political, would have rallied around him, whether they directly support him or not. But at least the vision and the mission of Eastern security were spelled out. They were not there to disrupt. They were there to protect and bring harmony. What did they do? And they made an announcement. They set up a counter security outfit, not to secure the people, but to work against that security outfit that have been set up to secure the people. That is the problem. So the problem is us. Even as we continue to watch what is going on in Biafra land, people are now beginning to use the Bubagu as a weapon to fight their enemies on a personal level. So we are the problem. Whether Ebubagu is made up of Fulanis, made up of people from the riverine area, we, the indigenous people, are the ones allowing it to be, because this is our land. It's our land. So until our people begin to psychologically understand that we are destroying us, and then begin to rise up to work against anything and everything that have been set in motion to eliminate, destroy us as a people, Mazi will continue to be the instrument that is going to be working against us. And that is the sad news. And that is why, that is where what we are doing comes to play. Whether it comes to religion, whether it comes to political, like you said, when it comes to things of life, especially politics, there's a gray area. This gray area is what really decides things. Even when you're having an argument with somebody or logic, there's always a gray area. Because life is not about black and white. The solutions are found at the gray area. Decisions are made at the gray area. Look at what is happening. That is what you wrote about, being politically savvy. You mentioned it when the coup took place. I think it shouldn't have been spared. Because that will send a strong
Of course, I used to argue this right from time. You shouldn't be spared for political reasons.
Yes, Mazi. Because somebody has, even what we're talking about now, I invoked it last time. There are people who have altruistic life, behavior, personality. Mazi is sacrificing his comfort. Mazi is sacrificing his whatever, he could have gone the other way, becoming rich or whatever, but he's sacrificing them for us. Granted, he's not dead. He could have been dead. But he made up his mind, I'm going to do this to save these people. What I'm trying to say, even when you work it from the biblical point of view, somebody makes a sacrifice for things to be. Even when they tell them that salvation is given free. Salvation may be given free to you, from you, the recipient. But to the giver, in this case of the Christian Bible, from God himself, salvation we're talking about cost him everything according to the Bible. According to the Bible, so the only begotten Son. God threw that on this scale. According to the story of the Bible, if you understand that, if Yeshua died and did not resurrect according to the Bible, God would have ceased to be God. So to God, it cost him everything. But to the recipient, maybe it's costing them nothing, which is a different subject. I'm not going there. Look at how the Fulanis are playing what you just said, Mazi. Do you see how they're calling out Buhari's leadership? That he has done nothing for them. With everything he has done, all the ministerial appointments are all Fulanis. Everything he has done was geared towards benefiting the Fulanis. We have been completely neglected. He took a naval base into a desert where there is no water. Nobody has ever done anything like that. It's called naval base. Now he's building up Niger because they believe they want to destroy Nigeria, and then they can go to Niger, which is their real home. He has done all these things. In public statements, his body language, his actions, he has not shied away. But look at how they're smartly playing it, calling him that he has failed.
Do you know why that? Let me just cut in there. Why that? Just 1 second before you cut.
They're playing this thing so that we, so-called Southerners, stupid and emotional, just like you have called that Mazi, will say, oh, even his own people don't like him.
Yes, that is what I want to say.
All these attempts they have made into trying to say they're trying to kill him. If they really
wanted
to kill him, they would have killed him. Because there's no security in Nigeria.
Can you hear me?
But they are doing all these things to carry that story or that impression that even they themselves are against Buhari, when the truth and spirit they are not. Go ahead, Mazi.
So what I want to put in there, that is the politics. To make it seem, I was speaking one time with a Biafran that he said he was in Daura in 2020 to serve his NYSC, to serve his youth corps in Daura. I shouted, I said, what? 2020 yesterday? You are not afraid? He said, my brother, now so. We started talking. He said, but even his people are now crying. But he said, everything, what he built there, roads everywhere paved, things, every amenity is there. But now they started saying that, look, this man, they are shouting, Buhari didn't do anything, this and that. They will attack him if he come. This is what is called politics.
That's
so
politics.
that it will make
politics
it look
manipulation,
like
Mazi.
yes, it will make
that
it.
Is where I
it
have
will,
a problem
let me land.
It
will make it look. It will make it look like
personal grudges or vendetta against Obi, but Obi has been set up to destabilize, to confuse, to derail our agitation, even though they will not succeed. Because let me tell people what they don't understand. When it comes to ideology, just like volunteer group, it's not easy to defeat them because it's something you believe in, which is segueing into what we're about to discuss today. Philosophy is not easy to defeat. It's an idea that you have if you truly believe in it. It's not something you wake up 1 minute and then you forget about it. It's just like behavioral line. So, what am I trying to say here? What Obi has come to do is to destabilize. And our people are gushing out. Gushing out. You're not even going back to his old history, which is what IPOB is trying to bring out. Because when you are gushing out like this, even if you want Obi to be the next president, the way our people has come about it will make other people to reject him. Say it's a sectional thing. You all are running around him because it's your own. You don't have to make it a personal thing that he is our own. You should make a strong argument why he should be the right person to be there and why he should not be the right person to be there. But not emotionally following him, talking about obedient. Obedient to what? So now you have made it because it's our own. It doesn't matter how nasty he has been. It doesn't matter his record as Anambra governor. It doesn't matter the number of people he has killed. He killed while he was the governor. We must sweep it under the rug because it's one of our own. Really? So then what do you expect other people to say? So that means it doesn't matter how corrupt their own person might have been. I'm talking about the person of Tinubu now. All the things that happened at Lekki to the people killed, all the manipulation he has done, all the money he has embezzled. The same thing with Atiku. Atiku was banned from entering United States because of money laundering. So if you are running around Obi like this because it's your own, what do you expect other people to do? They should rally around their own because it's their own. It doesn't matter whether they are right people or right person or not. And that is what has destroyed the politics of Africa and Nigeria in particular. People should rise. People should advocate for somebody because of their experiences, their past events, their past stories. It's right there on on the public domain. Because if you ask me, none of these people is qualified. Even though I'm not into Nigerian politics, I'm not interested. But let's be honest that none of these people are qualified to lead the so-called one Nigerians. So that's where the problem is. And we don't know how to play politics. We, the Biafrans, do not know how to play politics.
We are zero.
Even when it comes to religion, Mazi, I'm going to stop it.
Please, let me come in, please.
Look at the Yorubas, Mazi. The Yoruba person. Go ahead, Mazi.
Our people, you know what is 0.00, even minus.
Yes.
In politics.
Yes.
You see, what I was saying before, why these people were now shouting in Katsina in the north, so that it will be as if everybody is shouting of marginalization, this and that, so that when you talk, they say, but even in Katsina, they are his
even
people, they are,
people.
you know.
Yeah.
That is politics, for goodness sake.
That's the politics. I mean, well, okay, he has failed as a Fulani man with all he did. Now you want another Fulani man to come in. So that's what they are trying to separate, that, oh, he did not fail because he's a Fulani man. He fails as an individual. So we are dealing with him. Meanwhile, it's a lie. It's a decoy. That's what they're doing. You know, like what I was saying, Mazi, even when it comes to religion, this is where our people are so lacking behind. Mazi, you see, look at the example is Tinubu and his wife. Take it or lump it. Tinubu is a Muslim. The wife is a Christian, according to them, even a pastor. Mazi, I am telling you, if Tinubu and his wife were Igbos, that marriage will never stand. It does not matter. I'm telling you, they cannot coexist in that house. Even people from two different denominations as Christians is a problem in Igbo family.
We used to enter things with
make more,
with senselessness.
These people know how to coexist. They know how to play within the gray area to achieve what they want to do. Now they're trying to use Tinubu's wife as a decoy or as a reason why you should trust him invoking or selecting another Muslim as his running mate. Even our people are making the argument. Juyi Bokwe made that argument. And I think
they are the people that brought out not that they made the argument, they are the people that brought out this argument. They are the people that brought it out. Igbo man sense now.
Yeah, Igbo man making the argument. Oh, well, after all, the wife is a pastor or she's a bishop, whatever she is. If they could coexist and Tinubu did not convince her to become a Muslim, oh, she's in charge. She's going to represent us. She's going to protect we non-Muslims. They forget that this woman is just a wife. She's not going to be part of the cabinet, okay? The argument because how much influence did somebody like Osibanjo, the vice president and a man too that has a cabinet, how much influence did he have on this administration? Zero. Now you're telling me a wife is going to have influence, but that's how they are doing it. And a lot of our people are even supporting and buying it. They are the one making the argument. Like I said, if they were Igbos, or let me talk about Igbos, if they were Igbos and the husband is cherubim and seraphim, the wife is Catholic, this thing will be they can't even coexist in one family. I am telling you, Mazi. So that's the problem we have. We have not learned how to play politics. That's why it's called playing. It's a play. It's a game. We have not learned how to do it to achieve our goal. We are looking at politics as cut dry. Either it's black or it's white. And that is why we continue to have this problem. Until we are fine-tuned to that level of psychology, Mazi, we'll continue to have a problem. And that is where Radio Biafra comes in. And that is where what Mazi has galvanized us, those who understand the mission. That is why we are following.
Of course, Wanda.
As we segue into the program,
you know, as you said,
work this and bring them out as we move along, man.
As you said, people like one clip I used to play. The man called the Igbo people the apolitical, which is right. Is the right word, you know, and he made a comparison with the Jews. The Jews, they were scattered everywhere, right from before Christ. Their land was under conquest, series of conquests. From Babylon to Persia, Persia to Rome, Roman Empire to Nazi, Arab, Ottoman to from one place and now pass on like they are like football in the legs of players. Why were they undergoing this series of things? They meant it because they were apolitical. They didn't know politics until one major event came and galvanized them. And that major event was the killing, the massacre, the genocide. They have been undergoing genocide, but it used to be sectional. You know, Jews in North Africa, for example. They will kill Jews in Morocco. Other Jews will say, it's not ours. From time to time, they will kill Jews in Iran. Other in Europe, they say, no concern us now. Though they are Jews, but the Iranians are beg. No concern them. They didn't know the importance of being galvanized together. Sometimes they will kill Jews in Portugal. They will slaughter them. And those in Germany, other places in Europe will say, now Portugal, no concern us. Until the major thing came. You know, it took them almost or more than 2,000 years to become, for their eyes to open. Sometimes I become afraid. I say, God, so what is happening? We have to suffer another going to 2,000 years after suffering for 400, going to 500-600 years now, slavery and everything. So we need to suffer more and more before we now know ourselves. Be political. I say, God, it's really scary. The Jews, they suffered for more than 2,000 years before the final genocide that broke the camel's bones of 1939 to 1945. They have been undergoing genocides everywhere, but it became sectional. It was sectional. In Russia, they will kill maybe 300 at a time, burn their goods, burn their properties. Others will not look at it as anything. So what am I saying? Being political is very good in people's lives. It's number one thing. Had it been, let us reverse the case of 1966 coup. It was the Fulani in charge, everything, the caliphate. And now they planned that coup in order to save Nigeria. Before God and man, they will kill, they will sacrifice one or two of their politicians. Not that they want to do it, but to send a political message that they are not, tribal. That is it. It's a political message. That person.
But you know who did it in West Africa, Mazi? You know who did it in West Africa, and that was why he turned the country around. Jerry Lawrence, he did it.
Of course.
That was what he. That was how
our people. Why we believe,
out, irrespective of their tribe.
Their tribe. You know, our people. We believe that we are smart.
You know, so that's what you must do. But like you said, our people, like Mazi, I'm going to put it as a question. I know you have the answer. Then we can segue. This thing, because when you use that word apolitical, some of us might get it, some of us might not really get it. So I'm going to put it as a rhetorical question because I know you have the answer, Mazi. The Jews, what was the lightning rod? What was the North Star that brought them together to realize that we must rise above sectionalism, or whether it is religious, whether it was political, to look at this North Star and save ourselves from extinction? What was it, Mazi?
In my own analogy or view, I can say, first of all, the persecution became universal.
That was the lightning rod.
Exactly.
But what was their North Star? Something they have to be looking up to and said, we must galvanize under this particular umbrella.
No, it is their religion.
That's where we are.
Their religion.
That is what the project of restoration of Biafra under Mazi is. If our people can come together and realize that whether it is politics, whether it is religion, affiliation, or division, that the only thing that should matter to me and you is the project of Biafra, and that is why it's called our religion.
Of course.
Our religion, in the sense that this particular religion called Biafran restoration must transcend every other feelings I have, every other affiliation I have as a Biafran. It must rise above it, transcend above it. That's the only way that will become our North Star. As long as we don't have this particular North Star, that is why you see some people playing West, playing East, playing South, and North. So that's what I was trying, because the Jews came to a point. The persecution was their rallying ground, what brought them together.
So what energized them, the common persecution
should rise, should transcend above every other ethnic differences they have, every other religious, because at the time you're talking about, you have the Jews in Russia. Some of them were Christians, some have converted to other religion just to save themselves. Some have affiliated themselves with some political groups just to save themselves from persecution. But they realized that even running into these enclaves, whether it was a political this thing they ran into, a group they ran into, or religion they converted into, could still not save them as a Jew, because those who were persecuting them saw them as Jewish. They did not see their political affiliation, they did not see their religious affiliation. So when they realized that, the only thing that could save them was to come under that umbrella as a Jewish state. And that became their North Star, and they pursued it. And that is what Nigeria Biafran project is. And until we get it, all of us get it, all these squabbles, all this running around, all this going east and west will continue to make this project difficult. I know it must be actualized, but it's going to be delaying it, Mazi. That was what I was trying to bring in. Thank you.
Of course. When our leaders say that Biafra is our religion, maybe some people might not be understanding it. If you don't make it our overall religion, we shall never succeed. It is impossible.
That's the argument I was
because you will see something. You will see something. Another thing you believe that is more important than Biafra. That is why. Do you remember at the beginning, our leader was even discouraging directly people from attending Yoruba churches. He understand that it's a method in order to drive the point of what Biafra should mean for you. Because if you continue in that way, if you have any other ideology more important than Biafra, which means That ideology or that religion can tell you, stop this. Bible say you should not undergo into political, and Biafra is and that is what is happening.
And which is what is happening, Mazi.
And you will stop it.
Into it. That's what is happening.
You will say no,
but
because
look at that, when I bring it, because Mazi, when I was transitioning from religion to spiritualism, which is what I use that word, and I don't use it loosely. I say I'm a spiritualist. I know what I mean by that, because spiritualism transcends all religion. Mazi, when I was in my quest, trying to find out which religion is better or better than the other, which is where I came to the conclusion none is. They all have their strengths and they have their weaknesses. I worship in Yoruba churches. I worship in different denominations, Mazi. American church, I worship. I went through the process to be where I am, Mazi. What I found out is that Yorubas, whether it is Catholic, whether it is spiritual, whatever religion a Yoruba man has engaged in, has nothing to do when it comes to who they are. They stand as one. That their language, that their culture transcends whatever religion.
And that is how it's supposed to be.
That is why it's like they are playing the game
unapologetically. That is how it's supposed to be. Go on, Mazi. Go on, Wada.
Yeah, I just made the point. That's the point I'm trying to bring in, that even Yorubas are playing it better than us. They know the game. No matter their denomination, even political denomination, they still come under the umbrella of one as Yoruba when they see their own. Because with everything Tinubu did, look at how they are running around him. And then you have Igbo people throwing their weight behind him because they're being given $1 or $2. So to them, the project of getting themselves together as a group of people so that they can unleash their God-given potential is secondary to the money they are getting, because that is the idea they have in their head. Money, 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 money. You called it out yesterday in your program, Mazi. It's all about wealth, physical wealth. But they forget that what tarries after our exit here, or we have finished our journey here, is memories of what you left behind. What you did, how you impacted this life, how you impacted this universe. What are your footprints? That's what is left behind. Not your wealth, not your physical acquisition of whatever you think it is, because they will not matter at that time. But this set of people, Fulanis, even look at the Fulanis, the Hausas, they know that these Fulanis are not indigenous to Nigeria. But look at how they're able to get them together. The Hausa man might grumble at the back, the Christian Hausa might grumble.
I don't know what prompted it, and we must continue in every way around, because the restoration of Biafra is 360 degrees. I have realized since IPOB that we are apolitical. We don't understand politics. Right from who is the highest in Igbo land to the lowest. That is why Igbo meetings, look at them, go to Igbo meetings. Before you know, they divide it into pieces. Before you know, where 2-3 Igbos gather to talk, they start fighting because they are political. They don't know how to put things, even words, where there are a group of people, so that no person will feel, no person will feel either cheated or
left out,
feel bad.
or marginalized.
Yes. That is because you are a political human being, you are sentimental. This world, as Wanda said, is not black and white. There are many colors. There are the way you can, you can tell somebody you're a liar, and the fight will break out. But you can intelligently tell somebody, oh, what you say, you're right too, but there are some untrue things in it. There are things that are not really the same, or how it is. In a group, in a gathering. It's
called positive communication.
Yes.
Even though you want to
means of communication, we don't know how to communicate.
I agree with most of the things you said, but this is where I need clarity, or where I would.
Yes. Instead of rising up and saying, "Oh, you're a liar," it's okay.
It's more settled. It's something than when you say you are a liar. You know, you say, I just disagree. You know, because that time you're leaving room for more discussion. You're not condemning, you're just saying, I don't understand or I disagree. It's better for the individual to consume it, the consumer to consume. When you say you are lying, even though in the process you have told the person, I just didn't, you know, you just lied to me, or I don't believe you, but you don't use that word. You know, it's called positive expression of words. You get the same thing said without it sounding harsh to the recipient, but you have communicated with the person. But it will come out and say, oh my God, I am the one. Who tells 100% truth? Nobody on earth can tell you 100% truth, because that individual are telling you, I'm always a truth sayer. When they are cornered in a situation, they'll be bound to lie. That's life. That's life experiences. So the question becomes, when is it the right time to tell the absolute truth? And when is it the right time to do what is needed to save lives? Whether it is your own life or somebody else's life. That's a subject of another discussion, Mazi. That's what you're trying to bring.
Of course. Of course. We must continue. You know, we have taken a lot of time anyway, of which is not useless anyway. We should understand the type of world we are living. Sometimes you have to play some things for the benefit, for the overall benefit of the community. Not you know, for your own personal benefit, or for in order to maybe to save one person so that everybody will go aground. That is rubbish. That is what the 1966 coup plotters did. They will tell you, why should we kill Azikiwe? He is a very good politician. He didn't do anything, this and that. Yes, is not the point. There are some other things you fail to address. The feeling of other people. If it is you, what will you do? What will you say? If they kill others and they didn't kill any of their tribe, what will you do? You will
because that was how the same
be in their shoe and understand it. Although,
but from your point of view, saw them as bad.
Exactly.
To have
although
nothing, eliminate all of them, take care of them, and everybody will feel justified.
Nothing justifies the genocide they committed. You know, because they always push us into going back to even pre-war, what happened before the war, of which they killed thousands and thousands of our military, which should suffice. But coming to kill civilians, killing everybody, pregnant women. In 1994, we saw, I used to say it here in this hallowed platform, we saw how some tribe, the Tutsis, the Tutsi rebels, they called them that time, how they shot down and killed the then president of Rwanda, who is a Hutu, with other members of his cabinet, other military officials, who all of them one tribe, Hutu. And it sparked off the Rwandan genocide. But the world didn't say, oh, because you people killed their president first, and annihilated the Hutus, other Hutus, high-ranking officials. Now, what you did is right, so let us leave it like that. You see the hypocrisy. Instead, they say what happened to the military should remain military. Ordinary people on the streets going on doing their normal business, nothing concerns them. So people are taking responsibility into what happened, into the genocide, or because I saw a similarity between what happened, the cause of Rwandan genocide, and the cause of the Biafran genocide. But in our own case, every time they go back to killing of Ahmad Bello as if the lives of millions of people, you know, it is okay. And the international community, they will see it, they allow it, and they are still talking tough. Anytime they make us to start going back, 1966 coup, without letting the people understand that, look, it doesn't matter military kill politicians or politicians kill military kill military. It should not be a rallying point in order to give people rights to kill civilians, commit genocide. We see it we saw it in Rwanda. People are suffering. People are being held into accountability in Rwanda, serving jail terms in Rwanda because of what happened. Why is our own different? Every time the same story. They will tell you,
because the people that are supposed to make the case for us are not making it. That's the point. That is, I'm going to say this. This is why, I'm so great. I'm happy, not grateful. I'm happy so far. I'm watching to see how it unfolds. The introduction of history in Anambra State is a new, I like it, it's a welcoming experience. I hope other states in Biafran land will invoke, reverse, and let's start having history. Because if you don't know your past, how do you know where you're going? The people that are supposed to advocate, speak up for us, are the ones that encourage history to be suppressed. Because there are people, Mazi, that is what is wonderful about what is happening on Radio Biafra. There are history that are being revisited. There are history that are being told today that a lot of grown-ups do not even know.
Of course.
Because of the so-called genocide or even what happened. That is why they're easily swamped. That is why they're easily mesmerized when people bring this argument. Because if you do not know your facts, how do you make an argument? You cannot. Not even a sound one or a valid one. So that's the problem we have. And that's why we must continue, Mazi. Nothing is a waste of time. Because it's like a school. Some people may know, some people may not know. Some people, this is the first time they may be hearing it. So that's why we must continue to pound it, Mazi, no matter what it takes. And at the fullness of time, it will yield a good fruit. Thank you, Mazi.
Let me also say, because there are many things to say, honestly, and news headlines. He said,
I know, Mazi, yes.
Alleged blasphemy. Why that we must, let our people understand what is happening. Alleged blasphemy. Some killers of Deborah Samuel fled to Niger Republic. Sokoto government never interested in their prosecution. That is it. That is how it is. Do you know? Oh God Almighty. We always say this. I always say this. Our people should learn politics from this caliphate. I'm telling you. Our people should learn. The killers of Deborah. The other time they said they arrested 2, and there was a protest, violent protest, which Igbo properties also looted. And they became released secretly. And many of them have now gone to part of the zoo, which is Niger Republic. And nobody is interested. Who will go and arrest them? Do you see it? Imagine that it's in our land, for example. It is the Igbo politicians that will be, they will even be, hey, bring these people, kill them, kill them, kill them, kill them.
And that is why the relationship between Abazonia, the English speaking, and us must be strengthened.
Of course.
In a case like this, where do you go? We don't have a place to go.
They smartly cornered us. They care for their people. That is why, this northernization agenda, that is why one of the reasons even Britain just saw that these people, they are protecting their own, so help them. Forget about this other useless set of people. Nnamdi Azikiwe gallivanting to be Nigeria president. He want to be a president of something he didn't know why they created it. All that it matters is his personal interest. I think I preached it day before yesterday about the absurdity of trying to fix Nigeria. We see it. Okay. How Buhari government spent 1.2 billion naira on vehicles for Niger Republic amid poverty in Nigeria, budget deficit, all that is it. Now, last but not the least, as I want
to. But Mazi, before you go to the last or the least, Mazi, this money I've been thinking. When I heard this news, I chuckled. My own argument is this: this money Buhari spent, because we keep talking about Buhari. There's something we are neglecting. Buhari cannot just sign up a check to give this money to Niger Republic. The members of the Senate are part of all this shenanigans going on. He just couldn't have signed this money. This is the same Senate that were coming out and pretending they want to impeach him. The same Senate that are coming out and talking about his government has failed. He goes back to what we're trying to say, because the leaders in this Senate are Fulanis. This is the same Senate. The governing body of the University of Nigeria have been shut down for how many months? Because the lecturers are looking for, I believe they're looking for better working condition or payment, and then improvement on the students' environment and stuff like that. The government has not been able to reach a consensus with this body. Look at our hospitals. We have little or no. We have no hospital existing, not in existence. Look at the roads. Look at the insecurity. But yet, the members of the Senate, both higher and lower chamber, came together and appropriated this money for another country. And some of them are coming out to defend it, that we need to help our neighbors. How can you help your neighbor to put off his own fire when your house is almost consumed by a fire too? It doesn't make sense. But who rises up to contest about it? Who is rising up to protest against it? Nobody. So why would they not continue to do what they're doing with impunity? Because you know what? Niger is their real country of origin. That's why they're preparing it. They know the oil is going to run out. It's a matter of time. That is why they're using all the oil resources, whatever resources they're getting from Nigeria, to build up their actual country. Because when you check from article to all of them, their origin goes back to Niger. But you are asking the question, because the indigenous of Nigeria, indigenous people of Nigeria, why are they so blind and dumb? How long are they going to take this thing? Niger is not part of Nigeria. Why are they treating the train? They wanted to reconstruct or start restart the train tracks. The one that was given to go from Maradi to Niger or Niger, wherever to Niger, has a double gauge, the modern one. But even the one they were proposing for the southern is one single gauge. Even Amechi, who is coming from the south, is telling you that even the so-called single gauge that's proposed for the southern, they don't even have money for it. But the one in Maradi, from Maradi to Niger, they already taken the loan to build it. So you begin to ask yourself, these people, where exactly is their real country? Niger, of course. But the argument again becomes, why are we as indigenous people of Nigeria being culprits to continue to help these people to do what they're doing? That's a bigger question. I don't know whether we can answer it or not, Matt.
Of course. They are building, they always have options. They make available their second option. Whereas our own people, we swallow everything hook, line, and sinker, including religion. Once we swallow it, we demonize our own thing and say, no, this new thing is the best. No. And I see it as a sign of people that are really apolitical. When people is apolitical, they are foolish. They are simply stupid. Nothing more. These people in our presence, they are building Niger, railway. These are the ones news carry. You don't know how many billions of dollars they are being given. They are giving Niger Republic every year in other things, which news they don't allow news to carry. You don't know, because they are trying to prepare in case another option. What option? What
Nigeria collapses, they run down there.
What other option do we have? Nothing.
Look at what is happening in the east.
Nothing.
They are using the military to protect the animals, cows, and when you call it a zoo, they are angry. You're using military armed to protect cows roaming the street. Meanwhile, you cannot even secure human beings in the same country, and it's okay. And the eastern governors are allowing this to be. Tell me how, if you go to the north, a northern governor would allow the military to be protecting our brothers and sisters that are selling alcohol, protecting their shop from being damaged or their goods from being damaged. Tell me if it can ever happen. It will never happen. But look at what our people are doing. So it goes back again. We are our real problem. We are our own problem until we get it. And it's from grassroots, Mazi. Because everyone is talking about the governors. I continue to argue. We are the ones, these governors, these House of Assemblymen, whatever you call them, they are picked from us, within us, among us. So they reflect exactly who we are, whether we like it or not.
Why are those that are leading? Those that are leading Ebubago, showing them the way? Are they not our people? Are they governors? Are they politicians?
No.
Are they not ordinary people?
Yeah.
What of those? Go to our land today. You see, if there is a military checkpoint, there are, the people that, you see young men that they use either to collect money or that gives them information. Are they governors? Are they senators Tomorrow they will grow, perfect themselves in sabotage. And they become governor, and you will start shouting, oh, the governor. So, but as you say, right from the grassroots, show me your politicians, and I will tell you the type of people you are. It is as simple as that. It is not only the governors. Go to the grassroots and you see. What of the villages? You see? So it's not something. It's only because the governors they are at that level. At the grassroots level, we have even people that can sell their own only 500 naira. So, boy, they want to eat. Nah, they want to eat or they will sell their own brother to be killed. Direct. That is the reason why our politicians are like this. But we are changing the status quo. We are changing the narrative. It cannot continue like this. Otherwise, we shall go into extinct. Direct extinct. That is it. So, as I said, there is this news headline also that said, only heaven has no security breaches. Nigeria is on earth. Buhari's minister, Festus Kayamo, defends government's response to insecurity in Nigeria on terrorist attacks. He says only heaven that has no security breaches. So why are you crying? But it is this same insecurity. It is the same this insecurity, Boko Haram attack, that made them in order to pursue Jonathan. They continue clamoring on it. Oh, look at Boko Haram. They have taken villages in northeast. Oh, this and that. And they are the people sponsoring it. And they continue entering people's ears. Today, they are defending insecurity. You know? So, they say, no, it's only in heaven that there is no security breach. So, what you are seeing in Nigeria is normal. It's normal thing. It's another afonja they are using, because they use indigenous people just to in order to defend their political position. They defend the caliphate to the detriment of everybody. That is how it is. That is why I say the indigenous people in Nigeria, even is if not the grace of Chukwu Kabiama, Fulani should have put everybody into extinction. That is the reality. Now, the last I want to say, Nigerian police women's wives hold prayers in Kaduna, beg God to protect the husbands from bandits. That is what we are preaching here. They are praying for God to help solve insecurity. Do you see how bad it is in the mentality of our people? Whereas they don't understand that this is government making. Pray for God, pray to God from morning till night. Oh, and God decimated them. Oh yeah. In this our modern time, if you don't put up the right political, the political method, you continue suffering. That is why we are suffering.
If God should be the one to protect people, why is it that you have security? This in detail.
Why call it? Why PVC? Why PVC to elect?
Why do they have security detail for all these senators, as assembly, all these governors? Why can't they pray? After all, they're on the higher hierarchy of leadership. God should be.
Why call it? Why PVC? Why PVC to elect?
Why do they have security detail for all these senators, as assembly, all these governors? Why can't they pray? After all, they're on the higher hierarchy of leadership. God should be. Can they hear? This person that is telling you, go and pray for God to protect you, to accord you security. The person turns around and is acquiring human security, practical, physical, before your own eyes. And somebody is coming, Mazi, I don't get it. I don't know. I just don't get it, Mazi. I don't get it. Maybe you can educate me or enlighten me, Mazi.
How do I know? Sometimes I want to give up on people in Nigeria. I want to give up direct because of the flawed way they reason. Because of the flawed way they reason. It is above me, honestly speaking. People engage in prayers for insecurity. People, I don't know whether I'm coming out clear because I'm seeing this thing just turned orange.
I am hearing you. I don't know about HAUSA, but I'm hearing you. Let me check.
Okay, I think my voice is coming out clear. Sometimes he enters buffering and he's still talking. He said the Police Officers' Wives Association, POWA, in Kaduna State has fasted and prayed to God to end the insecurity in the country and to dissolve the bandits and terrorists from killing their husbands. Let me say, the president of the POWA, that is Police Women Association, is the wife of Inspector General of Police, Hajara Osman. She is the person that instructed their members to embark on a 2 days fasting and prayer to seek divine intervention. Yana Diak Bacha, all these are useless.
But meanwhile, they have security guard detail. That is police and military, mobile police guarding their home. In that vehicle she's traveling, she has an ugly with arms, with gun, AK-47 or even something higher than that. Probably 2 oddlies. And she's telling you to pray. And she believes in that prayer, yes, she's not applying it. Can't people wake up, Mazi? Why can't people say these things? It behooves me.
It is very sad indeed. That we have taken a lot of time anyway, which is not wasted, because no knowledge is a waste anyway. Now, let's go direct to the topic of our submission today, or the topic of our discussion, which says the second part, motives for religious conversions. Motives for religious conversion. That is the real motives. Last week we discussed mainly about one of the true motives of these religious conversions as deception, leading to mental conquest. We saw it in the letter, this real motive in the letter of King Leopold II to the white missionaries in Congo, which generally portrays or reflects to the overall European intention of bringing Christianity into Africa. We read it. I read it yesterday, Saturday. That is last Saturday. I read it. Today, we shall talk about another motive of a religious conversion, which is a religious supremacy. That is what I want us to discuss. Religious supremacy. That is one thing you never really sit down to think about. Supremacy is all about us. And it's around us, it's all about us. And we should not be afraid to talk about the different kinds of supremacy in our various cultures. Supremacy is nothing more than thinking we are better than others on the basis of certain aspects of our identity or theirs. As I see it, religious supremacy is the idea that I am better than you on the basis of my religious practice. That is pure and simple religious supremacy. There are many reasons people give when they claim their religion has exclusive access to the truth, or the only way, or the only true way to spirituality. And the European Christianity, together with Arab Islam, exhibit this character, that they are superior to the indigenous peoples' religions, including Africans. This is why efforts were made through versions of evangelism to make sure to demonize our indigenous religion and join theirs. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: religious supremacy. When people want you by one way or the other, it doesn't matter, they call it evangelism, urging you, pushing you to join their own religion or even denomination, it means that your own is inferior. So they have the exclusive way in order to get what you were using that you are inferior religion to think. Do you see it? And which is lie from the pit of hell. The two religions that exhibit this character are Islam and Christianity. That is the reality. When you talk about evangelism, people don't understand. People might see it as normal, but when you look at it, it is to make you, they are preaching to you, your own is inferior. Come to my own. Is the only way. Is the only way. Is the truth and the life. And you ask the person, our fathers that have been there for millions of years, they didn't know this religion. What is it that they are they not human beings? Are they not behaving like human beings? Are they not doing their things? Why is it that it is now that everything now? No. This, and it's a religion that came 2,000 years plus, or a little above 2,000 years, and 1,600 years now. Christianity and Islam. All of a sudden they become the true way, the only way. That is religious supremacy. That is what you should understand. As history has shown, any form of supremacy poses a threat to our society and the world in general. Religious supremacy is not different. The moment you see your religion as the only true way, you see yourself as better than the other people around you. You begin to see them as deficient, and as time goes on, inhuman. Before you know it, you have justified mistreating the people around you on the basis of these perceptions. This was how the Europeans had the justifications of massacring and enslaving the indigenous population of Africa with the pretext of saving them from their inferior religion. Do you see it? When you see somebody as inferior, or you see your religion as the number one, without it you are lost. Now, which means the other person that is not in the same religion, you see him as inferior. Let me tell you what the Muslims call infidel. I think we have said it here, we have preached it here. The Christians call it either Gentiles or unbelievers. It is a pity that they left those statements in our mouths today, and we are using it to describe our own blood, our own brothers and sisters. It is something absurd. This is a foreign language. This is a foreign word that we didn't know. Under our religion, under our traditional way of worship, you can never call somebody an unbeliever or an infidel. You understand? It's in the Bible. Do not yoke yourself with equal with unbelievers. But when the Muslims kill infidels, you start complaining. But you call your own brother infidels. Do you see how mad you are? Do you see how mad you are? It's written, I think, in the book of Galatians. Now, there are many places they talk about unbeliever. And today, you carry Bible, you are evangelizing to your person, as you calling him unbeliever, for goodness sake. And when Muslims come, they say Allah Akbar, they kill an unbeliever. You start shouting. Is it because they pacify your own religion today through human civilization? That is how they pacified Christianity. Is that why you see it as no, it's not the same? It is the same. Even your own is worse, because it makes you demonize your own. It makes you demonize your own, what you shouldn't, because it is not our way of life. It is religious supremacy. There is no way, because religion is about belief. Belief, it has no facts. No fact, no figure. It is what you believe. I can believe anything. You can believe anything until it is proven. We are in a world of facts and figures. Yes, you can believe. Yes. But this belief and pushing your own belief, making it the only way, That is why this world is it becomes a horrible world. Do you understand? We have seen this cycle repeat itself time and time again. The impulse that animated the worst violence our world has seen, including chattel slavery, violent conquest, and ethnic genocide, is the same impulse that we are seeing around the world today, whether through Christian supremacist outlooks in white nationalist circles or Muslim supremacist views that breed life into groups like ISIS, Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, etc. All because you see yourself, that is religious supremacy. When you see your own religion, the Europeans, when you see your own religion as the only way, which means the other person that is not believing the same way, you are seeing him as an inferior person, which means if you have a way, you can do away with him. If you have a way, you can sideline him even if he's the best. That is why Nigeria is a quagmire today. Oh, he's a Muslim. Oh, he's a Christian. It becomes something political in this 21st century. That is why we shouldn't stay together. Do you understand? Because all this we are seeing religious supremacy when it comes to Islam. That is why internally they support all these ISIS, Boko Haram, the Fulani headsmen in our land, because they feel in any way they are Muslims, so they are on the right religion. So anything they do, as long as they are doing it to unbelievers, it doesn't matter. Do you see why it is very, very dangerous, highly dangerous? The real motives of this religious conversion, because they see your own as inferior. Why? Biafra is our ideology today, isn't it? It's our religion today. We see it above everything, and that is why we are here. Had it been we are seeing Nigeria as equal, maybe we wouldn't have been here. We would have been in Nigeria. Had it been Nigeria is good enough, we wouldn't have been. So we have another ideology, because Nigeria is inferior to what we are pursuing. Do you see how religion is? When you are preaching, it's religious supremacy, because what you are preaching to the person, for you, it is superior to what he is or what he believes. This is the mentality that made the Europeans took Africans as slaves. First of all, they saw us as infidels, people that should be converted from their maltreatment. When you say no, you use your Igbo language, or you use Swahili or Lingala, and tell them that, look, they will say this is animal language. Do you see it? Because for them, as long as they don't know it, it is inferior, and it makes them now to start maltreating and killing people, because they want to change you. They are savages. You have to change it by force, and it led to committing genocides, committing injustice, crimes in human history equals to none, because of the belief. Genocides, committing injustice, crimes in human history equals to none, because of the belief. So they saw them as a menace, as a threat. Do you understand? A time came, they say, instead of us killing all of you, we give you an option. Europeans, no matter what, they are enlightened. They have solutions, multiple solutions to different problems. They gather themselves, they talk to them and say, look, we know that we cannot change you through the barrel of gun or through sword. Otherwise, we kill all of you. but it will not stop it because it's an ideology. You people don't believe in the teachings of the Pope, which is what we believe, and that is why we are ruling. Now, we offer you an option in order to go into mass exile. We will give you ships, and you gather your families, you move out of Europe. And that's it. They did it. They gathered their families and they entered into many ships at once. Some traveled, they started going to South Africa, you are seeing today. The Boers you are seeing, most of them are the Huguenots. People that were persecuted for their religion, for being, what do you call it? Protestants in Europe, mostly in France. Now they traveled to places like South Africa. The white people that travel to South Africa, most of them are these Huguenots, Protestants. Also to the Americas, to Mexico, to Americas in general. Now, do you know what? When they reached there, these people that were undergoing persecution, they still saw the indigenous people, saw them as inferior, their religion as inferior. Do you understand? And that is it. See, they forgot that they were being persecuted, but when they came, they saw these people as inferior. Their religion as inferior religion, and they started killing them in the name of converting them, in the name of saving them. If you don't agree, they will slaughter you. These are people that came from persecutions in Europe. Do you see what we are saying? That is human nature. They are doing this not to really save them, but to impose their religion on them, so that they will be able to be controlled. They will be controllable. Do you understand? That is the real motive. So it led to the slaughtering of people. It led to the slaughtering of people. Do you understand? People that didn't believe in what they believe, they started slaughtering them. Now, in one context, the most noticeable form of religious supremacy is that of today's evangelism. It is so embedded within our day-to-day lives that we have normalized it. Most of us don't even think of it as a form of religious supremacy. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. You know, sometimes you can look it as absurd, but it is a truth. In one context, the most noticeable form of religious supremacy is that of today's evangelism. It is so embedded within our day-to-day lives that we have normalized it. Most of us don't even think of it as a form of religious supremacy. This may seem inoffensive and unharmful on its face value, but evangelism or religious evangelism is nothing more than a religious supremacist wolf in sheep's clothing. The logic of evangelism requires one person to perceive the other person's faith as misguided, inferior, and indeed and in need of saving. When you save somebody, you can do anything to save somebody. After all, the Europeans saved us from our so-called inferior religion by buying us as slaves and killing us, hunting us as wild animals and killing us. But they are saving us. So, do you see how hypocritical all these things are? Charades. Historically and even today, the gift of salvation has been weaponized time and time again to justify intervention and conquest. It becomes less than offering an alternative view and more about coercing another into accepting yours. Settler colonialism was fueled by this mindset. The forced conversions, violent conquests, and the genocide against indigenous peoples throughout the Americas and Africa over the past 600 years have been motivated in part by the notion of religious supremacy. As we know, the world is constantly engaged in a struggle for power, and it is those with less power who end up in compromised positions, ultimately harmed through these uneven exchanges. So what am I saying here? that, look, when we talk about religious conversion, today we discuss about, the motives of religious conversion, which is one of the motives is religious supremacy. Because when you don't see your own thing as supreme, or more supreme to others, you don't need to convince somebody, you don't need to force somebody in order to enter into it by any way. Because you can force somebody by, what do you call it? You force somebody through inducement. You can use money, or you can use goodness. Let me call it goodness. You are very good to the person. Always, it is intimidation. You understand? Instead you lower your character. I mean, your normal behavior in order to be good. It is intimidation. You understand? Instead you lower your character. I mean, your normal behavior in order to be good. Europeans. Arabic conquest of or Arabization or Islamization. They came, they evangelized. That is their jihadism. Jihadism is evangelism. The same way you are after now the missionaries came, the European missionaries, and you saw what the King Leopold wrote to them. The motives of the Europeans. It's not about turning you, making you good, or making you develop, or helping you to develop. No, it is about controlling you. The way they put Africa today, the way they fashion Africa to be to their own advantage, where the Europeans will be making Africa and will be serving them, will be answering them, thanking them every day that they are the good people. You understand what I'm saying? So when you talk about this religious evangelism, there are many ways, because people will start saying, oh no, why is it religious evangelism now is talking? No, in our own way of life. Originally, we don't need to tell somebody to turn to your own tradition. It's not allowed in our own way of life. It's not allowed, because every people have their way of life. You go to that place, you respect it. They come to your side, you respect our own way of life. Now, why should I start converting you to start living like me? Why? Do you see this evangelism? They did it in Japan. I think I said it. I've been saying it, and I preached it the other time. Vote against their governments, against their kings, in order to scatter the country. Is this not what Ottoman Danfodio did to the Hausas? He came through preaching. It's through preaching, through religious preaching. It's evangelism. He turned their head, and they started seeing their own brothers as demons. The same way they have turned you. Today, a Roman Catholic in my land, he cannot marry Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witness say, no, how can I marry chosen? Is it not the same thing? They turn us against each other mentally. And if you are talking to somebody who will start preaching to you, quoting Bible. That is what we are saying here. I don't know whether you have anything to say. You continue before I come in more, please. We are rushing this. We are rushing it, honestly.
I'm gonna navigate navigate it from this to add to what you have just all these things you have said, Mazi, which is the argument today, or the topic today, is the real reason for religious conversion. I'm gonna take it this way. The truth, if we pay attention or do a little bit of deep thinking, is this: that those people, I call them the godfathers or the masterminds of each religious group, these people or the individuals, their main purpose of starting or setting up this religion or a particular religion is for control, power control. And when I use that word power control, it's both psychological, power control. And when I use that word power control, it's both psychological, of these masterminds of these religious groups, that the whole idea was to bring you to salvation, to give you a better understanding, to connect you closer to God. So because of that, go and evangelize and bring the other person, because they don't have the access of what you have, that is the access to free communication with God through their own so-called religion. That's the whole concept. Because the person that is coming and ministering to you, let me take Christianity as an example, and I'm going to expand this. Like what you have been saying, Mazi, if Christians truly believe that the body of Christ is one, because they quote it all the time, why then should a Catholic trying to convert a Methodist or whatever to come to their own group, if it's one? Because the people on top are telling you the body of Christ is one. That's the message they're sending when they want to dish out the message. But on the other hand, there are the same people telling you that denomination by denomination, there's a great difference, that these people are more better or more real or have more spiritual power or characteristics or qualities. They have direct access to God compared with the other group, and yet it's supposed to be under one umbrella called Christ. So something is amiss here, something is not right. So now, that is why I said it's for political gain. Those on top is for political, psychological control, to have access to you people, to control you, because once they can sell that message and then sell it to those foot soldiers, the rest is over. Now, he begins to see your fellow member in the community as inferior, just like you have said. From the point of view of these foot soldiers, they think they are doing the right thing. They think they understand. They think they know better. But the truth is that they are just being used as a weapon to continue or to go deeper into that community or group of people, to control them for political gain, power, nothing more, nothing less. But when we go back and look, when the white man came or the colonizers came, that was what they used. You read it, Mazi. There was an article, I think it was on your program yesterday or 2 days ago, on this, where you asked how one of them, one of the king, I think it was the king then, was instructing the people. When you go there, they already knew God, the true God. They already knew him. So don't talk to them about that. Okay? You're not going there to speak to them about spiritualism, because they already knew God. Because that was not the intention. The intention was not really to bring spiritualism or spirituality to the people, because the people already knew God. They were worshiping God. Like an article I wrote one time, I said, even though my ancestors did not know Christ, they knew how to worship. They knew. Take it to the indigenous religion. Why was it that the indigenous religion were not going anywhere trying to convert anyone? Because they truly understood the spiritual journey or religious journey is an individual thing. From individualism, you go to communal. But it should not be organized. Just like in our people, you have onye na chie, which is what you can call in Christian as a guardian angel. Onye na chie. They understood this. They were in communication with God. They were communing with God, the true God. But just to undermine them for political possession or control, when these colonial masters came in, they had to make them to believe that what they brought in was more superior than them, which is arrogance. That was how they came in. You must do that, because if you don't do that, if you make me to believe that my own way of worship or my understanding of religion or spirituality is the same or equal to yours, then there'll be no purpose of converting me. There'll be no use. There'll be no argument to convert me. So the first thing you do is to make me, undermine me to believe that what I have is less superior to what you have, and that is why I was crossed over. That's conversion. Because if I don't have superiority of an argument or to make you to believe that what I have is superior to yours, then there'll be no need for conversion. Now, but look at what happened to these colonists. They used that weapon of this organized religion, came into our system, made our ancestors somehow by force, by coercion. They used a lot of multiple tools. Finally, they were able to subdue them, let them know that what they had on the ground, which was freedom of worship of religion, freedom of spiritualism. That was what our ancestors had before. We must understand this. They were able to destabilize them through the help of us, the foot soldiers. Like I call the foot soldiers, telling them to believe that what they were practicing was dark, was wrong. Finally, what did they do? They were able to colonize us. Because now we are now less human than them. What we believed in was less to what they had. So that gave them the, it looked like what they said, if you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name. So once they were able to achieve that, to have the majority of the people believe that what they have been believing for millions of years is now, or was then less superior or more inferior to what was brought to them, the conversion started. They were able to get us into slavery. When they first came, they didn't come as slaves, slave masters, they came as merchants. But once they were able to sow this seed and it grew, it made it easy and possible for even ourselves to start to sell some of us into slavery. Because I had a story that even in the olden days, when you have a child that you felt that was bad, you say, I'm going to sell you into slavery. Because to you, the child was worthless. So that was the seed they sowed into us. But look at what has happened, Mazi. After they have finished using the weapon of religion to colonize us, to destabilize us as a people, and have absolute control on our daily lives and our lives overall, even in politics, because this is what is still going on today. Because there should be no reason somebody like Peter Obi will have to go to London first to take permission from a colonial master that said that you guys have your independence now. He has to go there to take permission, and then they will advise him how to come and destabilize the country. If it's, again, look at this, the ambassador of the Chancellor of Britain in Nigeria. She's not the only consulate. She's not the only ambassador in Nigeria. But because they still asserting themselves at the power thereof, the power that controls us, because they know they have used religion and all that to colonize and continue to keep us down. She's running around with all the candidates. She's the only ambassador she's the only ambassador in Nigeria. She's the one traveling all over, controlling the political arena of what is going to happen in Nigeria. This is an ambassador. You can never see this thing happen even in the lowest country or the poorest country in the world, but it's happening. Because that is telling you that they are still holding us ransom as far as psychological, mentally, physically, we are still in slavery. But look at what they did with themselves. After they came in and sold this religion to us as a weapon of conquest, to get us to be where they want us to be and continue to rule us, to hold us down. When they develop their own countries, like where I am today, United States, even in Britain and all the developed countries, Now telling you something they call secular society. Now the argument becomes, what do they mean by secular society? Secular society is a community or a society where no particular religion transcends all. People have the freedom to choose what religion they want to worship, whatever they want to do. But the common goal or the North Star will be the upliftment and the goodness of that particular society. The argument for somebody like me becomes, didn't they go back to what they accused our ancestors of doing? Because when they came to us, that was the government that was on the ground. That was the political arena. That was the political atmosphere that was on the ground. People worshipped their own way. There was no particular way of worship that transcended all. There was no organized religion. Societies were free. People were free. They came in and introduced something to us, telling us what we had was inferior. But what did they do? After they had finished using the organized religion to marginalize us, to colonize us, to useless us, to debase us, they now went back to what our ancestors were practicing. So, but I'm going to go, I just wanted to bring that out, but I felt it was important. But I'm going to take this argument today from a different perspective. Yes, we are discussing the reason why people for religious conversion. I thought about, I said, now can we discuss why is it, what is it, what are the elements, what are the variables, what are the things that make these converts easier to be converted? What are the elements? Yes, we understand that the person that comes to colonize, the person that comes to convert you, believes, feels that what they have is superior to yours. Whether they truly believe it, from the perspective of the organizers, but the full soldier, they truly believe it. But from the person that is
What, are you still there? I don't know what happened. All of a sudden. Okay, we must continue. Okay, please, I understand. I think she should be back. Wada, you are back, right?
Hello, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, you are back.
Yes.
Okay, there was a little brief.
Yeah.
Okay, so the argument I'm making here is this. When people do not psychologically believe in themselves that I'm better, I'm as good as the next person, then that person has made themselves vulnerable to be converted. Because in that case, you cannot make a sound argument. And the question becomes, why should it be so? A couple of things can be. Bad parenting. What do I mean when I use the word bad parenting? I am looking deep into why it was possible for the colonial masters to come in, even though our people resisted, but over time, they were able to overwhelm us. One of the things I am thinking, I'm bringing up, and I would like us to look into critically and deeply, is this. The mere fact that our people were not engaging their youngs, their future youths, into what they were doing, the secret of their worship, because we are talking about religion. I want to stay on religious path. We still see that thing going on today. And that is why it looks like our culture is going into extinct. There is this tendency for our people, when they're having discussions or when they're doing things, they don't really like to involve the younger ones. They feel they are not growing yet. They have a lot of secrets they keep to themselves. But they forget that we are organic beings. That if I have something in me, a knowledge in me that I did not write down or expose it to the next generation to carry on, when I die, I'm dying with those information. I'm dying with those knowledges. That is what happened to our people. Because even when you come to our way of worship today, or our ancient way of worship, ancestral way of worship, not too many of us can really tell us how these things were carried out. It becomes the reason why. Because that means the parents did not do a good job. Our ancestors did not do a good job transferring the knowledges they had from their own age to the subsequent future generations. And it's still happening today. Because in that society, in Nigeria as a whole, or even Africa, it's a place where you see They invest more on old people than younger people. That's what is happening in Nigeria today. For example, look at what is happening in the political arena. Look at all the old people who have been there for years, still trying to tell you they have a lot to give when they have already exhausted all their knowledges. They have made it impossible for the youth to take over, who have more potential, more knowledge, who are in tune with the evolution of how things are happening in life. But when you look at the time when Nigeria was, you can say, was at her best, you had younger generations. They were the leaders of Nigeria. Our eternal leader, Odumegwu, at what age did he lead Biafra? Even Gowon, as we speak, at what age did they lead Biafra? No, did he lead Nigeria? I mean to say, when you go back and look at those people, Okpara them, all those people, these people were at their prime age when they made impact in Nigeria. I won't know with them. When they made the serious impact they made, whatever development, which was the best time of Nigeria, these people were at their prime. What do I mean? Between 20 and 40 years old. We do not invest in our youth. We don't invest in our youngs. We kill them. We see them as rivals. That's one of the problems we have.
Wanda, can I come in here in this thing you're saying, please? Because there is a point also I want to also maybe put for clarity. You know,
yes.
You talk about our people, maybe our ancestors, our great grandfathers, not investing on the young people. But I cannot too completely agree. You know why? Let us look at the situation they face. You know, when this Christianity, the missionaries came to our land, you know, they had power. They were with the military. You know, they started seeing those that still practicing our traditional religion as renegades. You understand? So many of them entered, slipped into underground, because if they see you, they can do you anything. That's why we call them ndioka, ndiokunoka. So people, and that time the missionaries were targeting mostly the younger age, the young people, you know, the young people, because they know that they are the future. So you imagine, with a small idea, is one man I saw in our place, very old man, very good man. Do you know what? He was the person, the custodian of the family, the culture in the kindred. Old man. The man, I think he died of frustration. Let me say, how can I say? Because even the son, the wife of the sons, all turned to born again. People started treating this man as an outcast. Okay, and he's a very good man. The man, out of, you know, he will do something. For example, no person, even the food, no person will eat it. Imagine if it is you, how will you feel? The children were, hey, don't touch this thing, hey, don't near this man. The man was practically I'm still remembering this. This thing. Now I start understanding the man really died of a heartbreak. Because Mazi. So imagine that time they ostracized the custodians of our culture, demonizing it. So young people, other people, women and young people start holding their children. Now don't touch this. You know, so they became practically ostracized in our own land. So when you see, because this thing started happening even 17th, 18th century when Christianity entered our land, mostly. Now imagine how these people feel. Now even the children that carried it over after their father's death that time, they tried, because they were discouraged by the church. If you touch this, you cannot, you become, the whole village will start being against you. Now you are touching here, they divided our land. So these people were acting on clandestinity. That is secrecy in our own land, doing our own thing under clandestine. So that is the way I see it. That is why even they tried.
I'm not going to disagree with you completely, but I'm going to cite this example.
Okay.
I believe you, because I've listened to you and I can tell some of the scholarly this thing you have made or where your mind can be. Do you know the discovery of Nnamdi, right? The ancient manuscript that were discovered in Nnamdi in Egypt. That is when we come about the Apocryphas and all those books written, they were saved in jars. You remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the question is, why did those people, ancient people, put those manuscripts in the jar? It's exactly what you're trying to say. They were persecuted. They knew they may not survive. They knew they were going to extinct, but they did something marvelous. They wrote those manuscripts. They wrote those things, saved them in the jar. They knew they were dying, but they wanted to make sure that the knowledge they had lived beyond them. That's what I'm trying to say. I am not here to argue that they were not persecuted. I am not here to argue that they were not ostracized. But again, it goes to what you and I discussed a little bit earlier. Gray areas. That we should stop looking at things or taking actions either black or white. I am not faulting our ancestors. I'm not saying that. But if they had found a way to preserve some of this, I knew they were overwhelmed. But did anybody selflessly, on their own, took a conscious decision? I am going to make sure that this culture somehow is preserved, buried, kept somewhere that can be found. That is why we are talking about the apocryphal books or the other books of the Bible, or the discovery at
Nnamdi. Let me come in there. We are discussing about this issue. Let me come in there again. When you look at like when you give example of Egypt, for example, you also see the situation. We are conquered by the British, complete and under occupation. Look, they looted our treasury. And also, when you look at the geographical situation of our land is a rainy forest area. It's not like Egypt. What helped some of all these places is because they are in a desert or Sahel, arid area. It helped them. The other day I was watching a documentary of some preserved African things in Africa, like manuscripts in Mauritania, dating even 13th century, in Timbuktu in Mali. Why? And when they look at it, because even you see Europeans looted many, but these are the ones they were able to lay their hands on. In our own land, for example, our writing, we are not developed like that. And Britain, do you know what of the manuscript of Isibidi could they discovered? They taught everything. They said that they spread propaganda that this is the language of apes, taught by us, by gorillas. That is officially what they did. What about the pyramid in Udi? They destroyed it completely. And the rain, because our place, it rains a lot every year, almost 9 or 10 months a year. So this in Egypt, maybe it rains maybe 2-3 months. Sometimes if not less than. So all these things helped also in destroying our thing. Look at our terracotta. Where do you see them today? Is it not in the British Museum in England? Is it not in European museums in Germany? Our Irish, everything, they carried it. They looted practically everything.
Look, I cited Egyptology for a reason, because when you're talking about, when you try to say let me tell you, this is me. Most of us do not have the ability of selfless life. That's really where I was going, because we do not think about preserving the future for the future. Most of us believe in living for now, on what we can gain now, and that's what we are continuing to discuss.
You are right.
Even what is hunting us politically. We are not thinking about living things for the future. It's not only about me. It's about what do I leave behind. What I'm trying to say, if we want to be honest and critically think about our society, these elders have this thing they call secret. I remember when I was growing up, when the elders are having conversation, they don't allow the kids to come around. because they think you're too small to understand. You're too young to understand. This is the argument I'm making, not really on the physical, in that
case, you are
I'm talking about
completely right.
knowledge here. Handing it from one person to another person. I'm not saying that everybody could have bought into it. I'm not, because already the missionaries were there, and then corrupting our converting our younger youth to go the way of the white man. But what I'm trying to say, that there was this collective drop of the ball where the elders did not insist on passing this information, because there's a lot of things that happen to us and we must address them. That's why it's like we are scrambling every time. You see where you come to a family where you have somebody who was the knowledge was there, but today you cannot find anybody that practices that. Okay, I'm not putting the blame squarely on the fathers, but on the children too. But the argument I'm making here is that our society was such, or is still such, that when kids are growing up, we try to shield them from certain things because we think they're young. Where I live today in Western society, it's a different ball game. You start exposing the kids to something you think they need, even when they are very, very small. You start exposing them, they ask questions, you answer them. But even where we come from, the question you ask, they say, that's too small for you. It just says, and they say that children are supposed to be seen and not be heard. These are some of the elements that hindered us, and these are some of the things we must begin to address now. Because
even like in our language, let me fortify what you are saying.
Most of them, especially Biafran land, most of them are not political. What we are saying now, you talk to them about politics, they don't know. By the time they get into politics, they've already been corrupted, because those who are going to bring them, groom them through the way, because they close every door for these young youths to come inside. So they're watching these old politicians, what they're doing. By the time they come into the political arena, they're already corrupted as much as those who were there. The trend continues. One of my arguments I'm trying to make here is that our society must allow, and that is one of the reasons when Mazi Edozie, the recent 30th of May celebration, he instituted and he called out that we should be having seminars so that we can start educating our children, even where we are today in diaspora. Most of our children don't even know why we are fighting for this Biafra. They don't understand it. They are not engaged. They are not involved. Because some of us think that they're too young, or they shouldn't know. But the argument becomes, if we do not, I believe that our generation, because if you pay attention, there's a particular generation who are seriously seeking for the actualization or restoration of Biafra. It's a particular generation. If, God forbid, we are not able to get it, what happens then? That's the argument. That's where I'm trying to go, that we as a society are not good in engaging our younger generations to things we are doing, because we shield them. We think they are not smart enough, or it's not yet time for them to be engaged and involved. No, we must reverse this course, because that is one of the things that hampered us. That's one of the things that have made our culture to be going to extinct, because by the time that younger generation, you start involving them, they've already been corrupted by another culture. Then it becomes difficult for them. You come to where I am, Spanish people, Yoruba people, they start speaking Yoruba language in their home. They don't wait. Even the child is going to school, they don't care. We are the only society, immediately we have our child, we start speaking English to the child. By the time the child goes to school, trying to get that child to start hearing our dialect becomes a problem. These are the issues I'm trying to bring up, because these are some of the things that helped us, but that helped the colonial masters to get us. What does that mean? It means that we don't really truly believe in psychological that what we have or who we are is equal to the other people. We allow ourselves to let people dictate, or let us feel that what we have is inferior, from our culture to our dialect to everything. We are willing to learn some other. You see a child that is born in Lagos, the child will speak Yoruba language, speak pidgin English, cannot speak,
and we'll be proud of it.
Here I am, a Spanish child, a Yoruba child who speak Spanish, speak English, even though Yoruba, even though America is supposed to be a English speaking language, but they make sure that they institute that. They don't wait until the child is small, or they start into. That's what I'm trying to call out here. I'm not really talking about physical things, but if we go back, this is some of the things we've been suffering. We must engage our youth. We must engage our children, not even youth. Let them begin to be politically savvy. Let them get engaged. Let them, sometime I believe there was some of our ancestors that did it. When they are going to a meeting, you see a little boy will carry their bag, and the child will sit down there and be listening. That's some of the things we must get back. If we must get politically savvy, we must engage our children to get involved early in age so that they can understand the game, master the game. Before they get to where they will start buying for political aspiration, they know the name of the game. But if we continue to go the way we are going, we don't engage them, we don't want them to be near, we continue to float these old people who have been there for years, achieve nothing for us, and then these children are watching them. By the time they get to the point where they're interested in politics, they're already corrupted. We continue to repeat the same mistake. That's what I was going to, Mazi.
Of course, you're right. Going
Hello?
on what we say, but do not forget that today we are still talking
Can you
about.
hear me, Mazi?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Wada, I can hear you. I don't know where you are.
Mazi?
Wada, I can hear you.
Hello? What happened?
As I was saying,
why I was doing that, that's what is called low self-esteem. When you begin to allow other people to make you think that who you are or what you believe in is low, is better, what they believe in is better than your own. It's kind of low esteem. That's where you can go into conversion, And another reason could be escape from a reality that is like what is happening now in our society, the political arena that is going on, where the Fulanis are like the ones holding the 4 aces when it comes to politics. A lot of our people are converting into some religion, like what is happening in our place now. Some people are bringing in this most Islamic thing in our place. Some people are going to convert. They can get help from there. Okay, that's their main reason. And some people will be like, for political positioning, they convert to that particular political. What some people like this Ojobarakwa Kanu Imo State have done, and even the one from Ebonyi State, they affiliate themselves with APC. You can see them now,
that they don't see it as anything. Some of our people don't see this as big thing. There's
from Ebonyi State, they affiliate themselves with APC. You can see them now,
that they don't see it as anything. Some of our people don't see this as big thing. There's
some of the reasons the people who get converted, they convert. I just wanted to bring it up because it's not just the people that come to convert you or convert us that have a ulterior motive. People who get converted, some of them, if not most of them, have ulterior motive, and some of them are purely on sentimental reasons because they are going through some emotional trauma, and then they feel like nobody can help me, I'm being marginalized, nobody is speaking on my behalf. So maybe if I convert to this particular religion because of what they have been telling me, God will fight for me. So some of this emotional drama or trauma that makes people to convert from one religion to another. But the truth is that there's no particular religion that has a particular access to God. None whatsoever. All religions are basically the same. It's your relation, it's an emotional calm down. That's what it is. I'm not saying there's no spiritualism, but we are dealing with religion right here, Mazi. I'm going to stop for now and see how we navigate.
I think I have to rush it. We have to rush it more and more because we could not even go deeper into things, but I think this thing will continue.
Yes, Mazi.
It will continue, honestly. This teaching.
Yeah, even I have a lot of points I wanted to bring to
yes,
I'm
but because of the time.
And then I think as we're taking it segment by segment so that people can continue to absorb it. We don't want to overwhelm this.
Yes. As I said, in conclusion, as we know, the world is constantly engaged in a struggle for power. And it is those with less power who end up in compromised positions and ultimately harmed through these uneven exchanges. Like what you said, said in conclusion, I mean your last statement. People will get into conversion because of one economic benefit or social benefit or the other. Okay. Once they get into that conversion, they know that they didn't go there with their hearts, but they are there already. Now, the danger is their family, their children, when they have children, their children will never know that their father or their mother or their parents entered this religion.
The real reason their parents converted.
Now it becomes their lineage religion. Do you see the danger?
Yes.
Maybe even if, for example, if it's Islam, maybe you go there just to get a contact with Al-Hajj and they will be giving you contracts. Okay. When you die, your children will continue. Maybe tomorrow, one of your children will be a suicide bomber. He didn't know that his father entered this thing just to get contracts. Do you see the danger? You don't play with fire. That is it. So, as I was saying,
which is what happened to some of us, when they were giving those people warrant chiefs and all those criminal warrant chiefs, they converted to Christianity. Their children grew up. They didn't know why their father became Christian.
Yes.
But they continued. And that the people defending it today. Meanwhile, the real purpose, the real reason why their parents were so-called converted to Christianity and left the traditional religion were never revealed to them. Again, not discussing with the family your things you do. Goes back there.
Okay. As one Norwegian sociologist called Johan Goltung would refer to our situation as one of cultural violence, norms that allow direct and structural reforms or structural forms of violence to seem acceptable. He's talking about even evangelism. Religious evangelism could also be seen as a cultural warfare, unleashing cultural violence, albeit mentally. So, where do we go from here? How do we begin to dismantle religious supremacy? And how do we hold our faith as true and worth believing, while not thinking ourselves to be better than those who believe differently from us? What do we learn from other decolonizing efforts is that we must begin with a double move that accounts for the reality that everything around us, including ourselves, has been colored by these outlooks. This is the creation of awareness first, to understand that we were forced into what we religiously believe today via hard and soft forces. Remember, hard and soft forces. You see, hard forces is hard force is direct. If you believe or don't believe, they slaughter you, or they can impose a tax, special tax on you as an infidel, as they do in many Islamic countries. If you can be there as a non-Muslim, like in Iran, but you'll be paying, or in Afghanistan, but you'll be paying some taxes. What the Sharia accepts it. That is it. So this is a hard force. But soft force is, they are not, no person is beating you or hitting you, but they give privileges to when you convert to their religion, what they want you to convert. They give you privilege. Yes. They can give you employment. You can get employment easily, like in Nigeria. Look at our youth corpers. If they go to North to serve 1 year, before you know, they will give if you convert now you get a job. They will give you one job quickly. These are soft forces. You can get loan very easy as a Muslim. If you're a woman that was answering Chidebere, now you become Salimat. Now you can get in a more formal. You can get loan easily. These are soft forces to entice you. All these are the same. these are the same. To acknowledge the true motive of these religious conversions and to the best of our abilities, understand how it shows up in our world, and also to go within ourselves and identify the ways in which we have been tainted by this toxic ideology. This is what IPOB via Radio Biafra London is doing. It is only once we take these measures that we could understand and emancipate ourselves from these mental and physical chains in order to advance as a people. Go on, Wada, please, so that I will open.
Mazi, you just summed it up. What I was trying to be, just summed it up. So that is, I will kind of try to. So what we have to do is to have an attempt, which is what we are doing, to resolve this unconscious inner conflict. That's what it really is. Where you have, because of what you want to gain in life, you sell off who you are. Because there's a particular culture is unique. It didn't just happen. It's something nature has created. Every culture is unique. And there is strength in their uniqueness. There is beauty in their uniqueness. When you begin to acknowledge that I did not happen by accident. If I begin to, people will hear me anytime I say, I am from Umunoha. I invoke the deity in my place. Igwekala. I don't worship Igwekala. I don't serve Igwekala. But that deity was there before even my father, my great-grandfather were born. It's part of that society. I don't have to worship, I don't have to go to that shrine, but I must acknowledge that that is part of who I am. That is how we must start navigating life. You are not by accident, I'm not by accident to find myself in that geographical location with the culture that is so unique and beautiful, just like every other culture is. Once we begin to arrive at that mental elevation or awakening, then you begin not to see yourself as inferior, but equal among others. And when you have that level of psychology, that level of self-determination, self-awareness and willness, then you don't allow people to just convert you for whatever reason. You will know that you must maintain this culture. You must maintain who you are, that uniqueness of who you are, because there's a reason why there's this diversion in life. There's a reason why there are different cultures. It's unique when you say mosaic, that's what the word is. No culture is better than the other. We are all important when we come together as one. But individually, their uniqueness, you cannot let somebody else tell you that what they have is better than you. Because at the fullness of time, we are important of the mosaic of this world. This is where what Radio Biafra is trying to do. This is what a program like this is trying to do. And that's why we continue to insist and let people know we are not here to cast aversion to any particular religion. What we are trying to bring here is get us to that mindset that our religion, our traditional religion, is as good as any other religion. Our ancestors were not mistakes. They were not stupid. They were not foolish. After all, the way they had the society, the only thing was, if they had been left alone, if they had succeeded in overcoming the people that came and colonized them, our religion would have been the president one today. Does it make it better than the other one? No. But because our ancestors understood and had respect for individuals, respect for cultures, they understood that. We bring somebody like me to the argument. They knew better than even us or the colonizers. Our ancestors knew better than the colonizer because they had respect for people's culture and everything. But these people, they purely came for conquest. They used their organized religion, because this religion we're talking about, the organized religions, the pure motive of every organized religion is for conquest, political conquest and psychological conquest, so that they can have their will over you, make you feel less inferior, so that they can now supersede their own religion and culture, even though they are aware that their culture is not better than yours, because there's no perfect culture. But the main reason or their main goal is for conquest. And this is something we must get and begin to understand the beauty in us and exploit them and grow as a people and evolve and move on so that we can catch up with the world. Mazi. That's where I'm going to end today. We shall go into a few minutes break as usual.
so that when we come back, our lines will be opened. Please don't go away.
Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government why it aids and abates the genocide in Nigeria by spreading lies, propaganda, and disinformation against Biafran freedom fighters. BBC, we know that you are United Kingdom government agents of imperialism with no modicum of shame. Take down your wicked, fake documentary against the victims of genocide and stop your sadistic meddling in the lives of black Africans. Now pay close attention. This is the time to call BBC. You can call them 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Biafran time. Date 4th of July to 30th of September 2022. Now grab your pen and paper and pay close attention. You can call BBC switchboard on this number +44 2087 438,000. I repeat, +44 208 743 8000, or you can tweet at BBC News. You can also call BBC Customer Service +44 3700 100 222. I repeat, +44 3700 100 222. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I have not finished. You can also call BBC Studios Limited +44 208 433 2000. I repeat, +44 208 433 2000. You can also email BBC News Channels at bbc.co.uk. BBC, we shall vanquish. BBC, do you know why? Because we are Biafras.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. I know that our time is fast spent, but it is worth it, please. Although we started late, but it doesn't matter. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I think let me see. I have a direct line caller. The first caller is calling on direct line. Let me see. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Let me see whether he's still there. Yeah. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me, please? Can call back. My goodness me. Let me see. Our lines are now open, as I said, so that people can call. I had a caller on direct line, but one thing led to the other and the call went off. But I know it will come back. Yes, coming back. Caller on direct line, can you hear me now? Caller on direct line, can coming back. Caller on direct line, can you hear me now? Caller on direct line, can you?
The topic you have today that you are dissecting, which has to do with mental enslavement. Two enslavements, first with gun and chain, which brought most of our people over to this part of the world, you know, America here, and also the Caribbeans, who pretty much work for these same imperialists. Most of them were castrated, literally castrated, bleeding, sentenced to work and die in plantations. And it was done by these same so-called Christians.
Of course.
So-called Christians. You know, you have struck a nerve right here. Yesterday, somebody was asking me, said, do you know the first president of Mexico was a black person? And it's traceable back to the bite of Biafra, you know. And in fact, here in America, the first president was a black person. And when you trace the history, we have the demographic floated out, you know, shared around. Back a few years ago, our RPOB platform shared it. About 80-something% of those brought in this particular atmosphere were from the bite of Biafra. All right, and pretty much our own people. So when I say African American, I see my own people, I see my blood, even those from Caribbeans. And we got to learn some things from them as well, while they are asking questions. So Christianity is, if you listen to the Polish president few months ago, am I still on the air?
Mazi, you are. The whole world is listening to you. Go on, please.
Okay. Few months ago, he made a comment in a conference. He said Christianity is a white philosophy in which they built their own country and society. White philosophy. And he said it came out of Greek and Romans. Greeks and Romans. Now, if you know the wickedness of these two countries, what they have committed against Israel and also against so many other people, pretty much that entire part of Europe, whether they call them Western. I don't really call them Western. You know, all of them, those particular countries who were in the Berlin Conference. And 6 million Jews were killed. Nobody said nothing. I think you know the history. You know, nobody said nothing until a point. All right? Romans, the Greeks have plundered Jewish Israel so many times. If you've heard about the Maccabees were a tribe, the tribe of Judah, young men that withstood the Greeks and the Syrians they brought, that wanted to force and impose Christianity on Israel, Jewish Israel. The Maccabee, calling armed men, stood up and defended the land of Jewish Israel from such ideology being imposed and also forced into them. All right? You know, when we look at our own history as a people, like we were analyzing here, how did our ancestors permitted these were unable to constrain or restrain it? You know, somebody with a gun and somebody who just has free conscience, thinking that a visitor is genuinely a visitor. That was their, pretty much their own, I could say that was their situation then. As we look at Japan, they went with Christianity. Japan, literally, in their return back to subjugate Japan defended themselves against this intruder, and they ran away. All right. And
Mazi, can I say something here? Mazi, please. Mazi, just hold on a bit. Let me say something here, please, before you continue. because what you're saying is interesting. Now, you know, like example you gave, which we have been given here about Japan, it shows that after gave, which we have been given here about Japan, it shows that after gave, which we have been given here about Japan, it shows that after gave, which we have been given here about Japan, it shows that after gave, which we have been given here about Japan, it shows that after gave, which we have been given here about Japan, it shows that after the one you want. Otherwise, they will put it as if without this one, you cannot get this one. Mazi, please go on.
All right. Now, this is it. That is called, you know, there was an area that you people struck the nerve. You talked about the leaders, those cheering and propagating so-called Christianity. That ideology, you know, some in our place, some in Oduduwa, that those are the catalysts of the monopoly on those who are the foot soldiers on the streets propagating Christianity. Let me give you an example. I'm an Orthodox Jew, you know, it's pretty much like Omenala. It's way of ancestor. You think with your common sense, not being literally subjugated with an ideology that control you, telling you heaven here, heaven there. You're going to inherit eternal life there. That's what Christianity pays to people. And if you remember, our ancestor always said that human being reincarnate. Do you remember that, Mazi?
Of course.
We grew up knowing that.
Of course, of course.
Reincarnate. Now, you ask yourself questions. If this Christianity is real, they're telling those who are their prey, who they have literally plundered their land, the street of God, they're promising them, using them to loot their gold for them. South Africa is an example, and Zimbabwe, they looted, subjugated them. They clouded from all over. Wherever they live, these white folks came to Zimbabwe, looting gold, and then bringing our people to build houses and streets of gold for them to live comfortably, 24/7 life. Remember, white folks don't invent nothing, these particular countries. In fact, British, shameful British, that's what I call them, that's who they are. They never stayed in their land and developed. They were like Fulanis, even up to now, moving up and down. So is that kind of a person that can give you a quality of life or idea that is creative enough for you to be self-reliant? You know, the problem we have is we were cut off from history. We don't transcend history, and that goes back to the ancestors. At a point, through these intruders, they manipulate and twist people's mind. Christianity is the perfect tool they use, that ideology. A Jew cannot go about converting people to Judaism. No. Even Buddhists and Hindu. Have you heard of them going about converting people?
Of course, no. I used to say it here. The only two religions that are is Islam and Christianity.
They intertwine. Maruhat is Rome that propagated Islam. Are you aware of that? And even British New York Times, just about 2.5 years, wrote it. It was a New York Times that they are direct descendants of Muhammad. All right? All this is in archive. And when you tell our people that these folks that brought you Christianity, they are Muslim, that's why they are supporting Islam. Look at what our sister said about so-called consular of the evil British moving from one end to another, mobilizing the Arab Muslims and all that. They are the people arming them against our people. And why is this being done? Because they hate us. All right? We are a Republican in nature, democratical, organic people. They learned the modern day Republican democracy from our own people. They took it from us. They took it like in Sibiri. That was our pattern of education. Any fool jumping, I have to use that word, jumping around to say, oh, they brought them education, they brought. That person is out of touch with reality. How did your ancestors build some things? Like you people mention about Ndị na-aba ụkwụ na aka in those days, you know, chiropractors, physical therapists, local trained physical therapists. It was through the process of our education system that produced them. They were experts. Even my dad was also part of that, you know? Yes. So these folks, they came with entrenched wickedness, complete entrenched, thought out and map out plan, a way to literally enslave and subjugate our people. Us, we have to demolish all this, and IPOB, I think, Hashem, Chukwuabiama from Nnamdi that have come out and have literally carried our people along to take our people back to who we are, so we can have dignity and respect again as a people. And it's happening, and it's happening. Nothing can stop it. Christianity is simply, it's Nazism. It's supremacy of somebody imposing on a people that they prey on to become a subject. To become a subject, a slave. That's what it is. That's what it is. Just look at most of the Arab Muslim countries. They are well developed. Who developed Dubai is the evil British. We have the whole information. They invested and developed Dubai. What about Hong Kong? Who developed? Is the same. They are Buddhists. So if somebody is telling anybody that Christianity brings about development and that fool is jumping around, stupidity. A society is organically developed by the people of the land based on their own choice, ideology, and structure, way of life, how they want it to be developed. And that organic process was literally intercepted by this imperialist, wicked, evil folks. Africa is the worst place that took the greatest hit because our people were so naive to just give up and give up. China never did, gave them room. In the space of 20 years, China have fastly industrialized than any country on the planet. Every corner of China is highly developed, even more than here in America. Yes. Infrastructure is unspeakable. They are Buddhists or Hindu. In fact, their religion doesn't play a role. It's rules and regulations Just as we talk about IPOB structure, all right? You know, IPOB structure, that's what governs America. That's what governs America. You know, public society, where everybody here follows the rules and the regulations. They don't follow religion. They don't follow ideology. They follow the rules which the people of the land determines the government, how it goes. That's the kind of structure we had before these people came and began to demolish. We don't want Christianity in Biafra. Analyze to you the wickedness of the crusade against Israel, who were Christians. You know, our people are so cut off from history. They don't understand some terms and some words. When they say crusade, crusaders were militias. You know, they are supported by all white folks, Christians, you know, into committing such unspeakable wickedness. These folks wipe out Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jew in those European countries, from Spain to Portugal, all the way to British, all over. They killed them repeatedly. Most of them, they went to Russia. They were protected. That's why you have huge amount of Jews coming from Russia to this country, America, who made it. That went to Israel and repeatedly destroyed land of Israel, subjugated it repeatedly. So Christianity, when somebody mentions crusade, they're going for crusade. What they are talking about is conquest. Conquest. Subdue, conquer, subdue, conquer, plunder, and enslave. That's what it is. Islam and Christianity is only the religion that goes about propagating, trying to convert people if they can. All right? And the only motive is to subjugate them and enslave them. We have to bring our people out of such mental enslavement, even as we have freedom physically, to let them know, just as you have narrated, that you as a person, you walk just like everybody else. Nobody is greater than you or better than you. I'm not better than anybody. I am just as good as anybody. As good as anybody. We can industrialize Biafra within a space of 6 months. We have everything it takes. What have intercepted and interrupted all these is the same white folks who brought them Christian, then Arab Muslim, who are their own people, to continue carrying on their intention, original intention, which is disenfranchisement, subjugation, impoverishment. There's not a country on planet Earth developed by Christians. No country. No country. Ideas, common sense is what develop a country. All right? Common sense, people. You know, this Shabbat, I just want to thank all of you, IPOB, and all our media team, Nnamdi, DPOS. And Biafra is a free country. When I listen to the beginning of the narrative, of somebody, whether from Arewa, I kind of see the deep hate against us and they mention we are Jew. Many of us have not taken note of that. Many of us haven't. And there is a paradigm shift. Biafra is a free country. Ojukwu fought selflessly. That is a model of a Biafran. That is a model of a Biafran, a true Biafran. A true Biafran. And he used even his father's money to protect our people and said, when you step into this, you are in Biafra. When you step into this boundary, you are in Biafra, and it stands forever. Like Mazi Nnamdi was saying, I was going through one of his messages 3 days ago. Biafra is an ancient country, landscape that has been there, just like Ethiopia. All right? And we as a people who occupy that land never killed
people reasons. You become surprised sometimes. The only thing that can solve this, the only thing that can solve this mental chaining is all these teachings. We enlighten ourselves. That is it. That is the only thing. With facts and figures, with the truth. Let me see whether my voice is still repeating. No, I think it's coming. The voice is coming. It's now rectified. So, I have a caller that have been there. Maybe you'll be the last caller because we are 3 hours, 30 minutes anyway. You know. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can hear you.
There, Mazi. No, welcome to the program.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Chikwemano. I greet you once again, my Jonathan, for this topic this evening. Honestly, I'm very happy to meet you online this evening. Last Saturday, I tried all my possible best, but I cannot get across. The topic you treated last week about a secret letter from King Leopold to missionaries in Congo, and you read that letter during their topic last week. I think that very it is better you repeat it in the next time to enlighten people. It is very, very clear that Radio Biafra is a different university you have never ever seen on earth, because the whole secret of the world, Africa and in Nigeria in particular, is revealed by our leader, Radio Biafra. How I wish this radio will circulate to Biafra land for people to hear the news and become human beings. The colonial master and the missionaries, what they did in Africa is unbelievable. And there's no way anybody we see or we understand what was happening. Some of these things, there's no way anybody can hear it without Radio Biafra. It was a top secret of the war. I hope and wish maybe in next time, maybe on this Saturday, you make adjustments for people to call. You make your adjustments so that people will have time to call, so that you people will talk about a particular matter like this. Because I can understand that you take 3 hours before you open the line, and there will be no chance enough for people to come in, because a lot of people will make a lot of sense to understand.
Mazi, you know, I cannot take all the calls that are coming. You don't understand the volume of calls that are coming. There is no way. So that is how it goes. Today you come in, tomorrow you cannot come in. That you might not come in because other people will be coming in also. So that is how it goes. Go on, please.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is this. It's not that I come always. It's not what I mean. What I mean is that if there is a way you can just the 3 hours to 2 hours or 2.5 hours, it will make people, for even yourself, to be very happy, because a lot of people will bring some congratulations for what they have listed, so that we know that a lot of people hear what you said. That is what I mean. It doesn't mean that I will always call, but I'm just suggesting, if it is possible. You started from a long journey, all the way from so many places. At least this Saturday, let us put everything on religion, because the problem of Nigeria is religion. The number one problem of Nigeria is the religion, so that people will understand the type of mess Nigeria is into, in the name of Christianity and in the name of Muslim. These two religions is the worst thing that happened in Nigeria, and they have put people into hell. People are slaves in the name of religion, both to Christianity and also in Muslim. The Fulani Muslim is not the Muslim that other Muslims are preaching. The Fulani are criminals. The Fulani are agents of Satan, of British, destroying Africa as a continent. They don't want Africa to move forward. They use Fulani. They enter inside Muslim, destroying Muslim. Look at what they have done to HAUSA-SERVICE. They have destroyed HAUSA completely. And that is what they want to use to put the whole Nigeria. That is why they are putting their this thing all over the whole place, to make sure the useless the whole Nigeria. And people don't know what is coming. Look at the Yoruba race now. If Yoruba can use their Muslim on their own way, that is a different thing. If they are following the Fulanis, the Fulani are going to destroy them, as they are working very hard now. Because if the Yoruba cannot do the right thing to leave Tinubu and fight for their freedom this time, they will regret it. One thing in Africa is this: Africa, as Muslim Nigeria, they don't think about unborn generation. They don't know anything about unborn generation. They are only thinking about themselves at that moment. They don't remember the past, the death. They don't remember. And a country that have no time for the death and unborn generation, it's not a country. That is Nigeria for you. What everybody is doing in Nigeria is to steal and to loot. The British destroy Nigeria completely by using Fulanis to make sure Nigeria remains slave forever. If not Nnamdi Kanu, if not Radio Biafra, I don't know the type of hell somebody in Nigeria is looking more than Nigeria, because everything about Nigeria is fed and the Fulani is in charge. Look at somebody like Otto, who can stand as a governor to speak. No other governor from the east that can come together and support this very man. That is black people. Black people are evil. Our leader have said it time without number, and that is correct. What is wrong with
Mazi, let me say this. You want me to bridle, Mazi, you want me to, bridle maybe the way my submission. But when you come to make your comment, you want to take the whole time. Just check. No, Mazi, no, I understand. Please, I don't want us to start arguing, please. Because you are fond of giving advice which you are breaching. Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you. We must continue. There is a way our people. I just kept quiet so that you want me to stop talking. If you want to talk, inbox me so that I'll co-host with you. There is no problem about it. But when you want so that I bridle, so that you yourself, you take time. Sometimes we fail exam. Thank you very much. So what is going on is we have to tell our people, educate ourselves. That is it. There is no two ways about it. We must educate ourselves. Because without history, we don't know where we are going. Let's move on. We are moving to nowhere without knowing from where we are coming. You cannot go anywhere without knowing from where you are coming. Where do you come from? Where are you coming from? You just land at the airport and transit today and you are lost, for example, or you lost your passport on transit. They will ask you, where are you coming from? No, I don't know. Let me just move on. Is it possible? It's impossible. Without understanding our past, we can never know where we are going to. We will just be like a sheep moving aimlessly without shepherd. That is it. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you, Professor Jonathan.
Welcome to the program, Mazi.
I greet you for taking my call. Thank you for taking my call. I greet my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. I greet Biafrans. I greet IPOB members. I greet you, Mwadanatu Kwano. There is something I want to ask you before I make my comment, so that after making my comment, you can summarize and tell us. Yeah, what I want to ask is, in the early days, I'm talking of 90, what happened to our elders? Because in your summit and then some of the argument about the religion, we talk about how our elders were hiding some things for us and not allowing children to come nearer. But me myself, there is an angle that I want to go, because these our elders, they tried themselves. They tried very, very hard. But what I wanted to ask you is, did these Europeans, did the ones to Biafra land, they are not the same thing with the one that goes to Japan. But what I'm asking is, did they go to Japan before they came to Africa or to Nigeria? Because the reason why I'm asking about this is this one that came to Biafra land, my mind is telling me that it's like they have gone to Japan first and bought the Asia before they came to Africa, those explorers. Because the tactics they came with Africa, it was more dangerous, more brutal that they came to inside Africa with. For instance, in the case of our own in Biafra land, they bring something to entice us. And you will tell me exactly in those early days, I'm talking of the 80s, that for you, the first pant you wear, that one for 7 color. You must tell me the first place you go with that one for 7 color. Is it in a Furious Square or you go to it in the church? And Madam Helda must tell me that Maria Amaka, that she wear first in the 18 days. When she wear that Maria Amaka, is he going to church or is it in market in our square, in a village square? The reason why I'm asking it is myself. I will give my own experience. The one for 7 color I bought first. I went with it to church. It's the church. And how they do it in the first time, before we go to Sunday school, they will give us small biscuit. Small biscuit, maybe sometimes they shake cold drink and give us. And that is the only place, like me, myself, I can be able to eat biscuit or drink Coke. So first of all, they have caught me with that. Every Sunday, I must go there because I'm going to Sunday school, hoping that I will eat biscuit, which my own father or my own mother cannot buy for me at home there. So first of all, they catch me with this. And when we start to grow, you pass over that Sunday school, they are not going to give you that biscuit again. They expect you to donate, to give offering in the church. This is how they started changing. And our own is very, very brutal, the way I see it. Because if you see the Japan own, I suspect that they go to Japan first. When they go, they realize that when they leave gun there, the Japanese copy the gun when they come back, because they say they are coming back. But in Africa own, in Biafra one, they came prepared, and the only thing they came with is book. So there is nothing they left for us or something they do for us to challenge them. And because we are peaceful people, we were not ready to be, the only gun we were happy to do that is going to kill the cow or grass cutter. We don't make guns to be shooting people. The one we are making by then. So the reason why I'm saying it is that our elders tried their best, but they came with the education. Mazi, you would know that for you to wear bongo, the only people we look up to then is people who go to Lagos. And when they are coming back, they're wearing big trousers, bongo. We call it bongo. That's the only place. So, and you who is in the village doing traditional thing or any other thing, you look up to them to wear bongo. Even rice, to the extent that rice during when we are growing, for you to eat rice is only on Sunday or Christmas. That's the only time you can get all those things. That is how they entice us with all those material things, because we cannot get it at home. Now we frustrate even our father. Even when our father and our mothers, they did traditional thing, we say we are not going to eat it because it's something made of Satan. It's Satan. Now we isolate even our mother and our fathers. At the end, when they cook those food, they couldn't even finish the food. They started to get weird or even tired of doing all those things, even for us to learn it. Because when they cook food, we don't eat it. When they eat chicken, all those things, we say we won't eat it because it was sacrifice for devil. That's what they tell us in the church. And you must remember that what killed us most is that even while our own condition is bad, that we only speak English. In Biafra land, you cannot get any job unless you go to Lagos or do anything. Only farming, they didn't develop the place, they didn't give us anything to give us hope. Whereas the Japanese or all those Chinese, they are not interested in all this English language because they can develop from their home. They start everything, whether you speak English or you don't speak in China. As long as you speak China language, you will get a work. But if we don't speak English, we cannot get work. If you don't go to church, they cannot even admit you in that missionary church. They won't admit you because you are Satan. They feel that you are Satan. So it's only those Meriamaka wearing Meriamaka and those bongo, when they come back, they go to church. That's the only people that we look up to them. So that is why our own problem is. And to me, the only thing to end this problem to help us is Biafra. Because when we get Biafra, we can be able to rebuild ourselves. That is what we are telling our people to support us to get this Biafra and believe in what Nnamdi Kanu said. The dangerous thing here, we are in bad situation. We don't know the extent of damage where we are. Because can you even in forum where we are, if they make comment in English, and you reply it with Igbo, nobody will talk about it again. You will see somebody replying you in that Igbo. So even the ones speaking Igbo now, they cannot write Igbo. They can never write Igbo. They don't know how to write. They only speak Igbo, but they don't write it. But here, even in South Africa, where we are, 80 years old woman, 80. If you tell him to write her name, she will write her name. And if you make a comment, they make it in Xhosa. They write it very clean. You see, they cannot write. They will tell you and the Kuluma is Xhosa and the Gova Pumusha. That is what they say. But they can write their language. They can write it. But we can speak. But even to write our own language is very difficult. My brothers and sisters, the only way this problem cannot be solved in Nigeria is only in Biafra land when we are in Biafra. Thank you, Professor Jonathan, for taking my call. But please answer me. The first one of color you wear, where did you wear it to go? And our sister, the first Mary Amaka you wear, where did you go with it? The third one is, did these people came to Africa first, or did they came to other continent? Which continent did they went first to explore? Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much, Mazi. I think you are the okay. I still have another caller because I want us to talk about your question use it as conclusion. I have Mazi CJ, please. Can you hear me, Mazi? You'll be the last caller. Can you hear me?
Mazi Jonathan, I can hear you very well, my brother. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you. Please go on. And make it as brief as possible because I shouldn't pick your call.
I will. Please. Two things I want to share with us here today. I was just fascinated by the topic today and some of the things most scholars shared here today. And that's the reason why I'm calling. One of them would be one of our brothers that called earlier on was talking about how our people did not have education before the Brits came. Even shortly after the Brits left, you could see that some of those things they got without having conventional education, we are still with them. An example of that was my own grandfather. He was a well-known man in the community, a well-respectable man, a wealthy man. And you know those days, how the measure wealth would be, how much barns of yams you have, and how rich you are in farm products, and how many wives you marry, and all of that. And he was a chieftain in our community. Settles that go to settle disputes and all of that. Now, how you know a unique and a special person those days would be God will endow them with special talents. My grandfather, as a child, I witnessed, because I was very close to him, I witnessed him practicing serious physiotherapy. If your child could not walk or had delays in walking or standing, the moment you bring this child to my father, even though the child is over 1 year, over 2 years, over 3 years, still crawling, if you bring this child to my grandfather, within a space of 4-6 months, this child walks. Jonathan, what I'm telling you is not just a play. I saw it. I remember it vividly. And this man was not a Christian. He was not any of this sort of religion. You see, when people talk about religion these days, they include traditionalists as being a religion. No, that's not my belief. My grandfather was a spiritualist. And believes in Ogun or Fok. He comes out in the morning, he brings out water, he brings out Odo, he brings out Oji, the man has Ogu. Says start water. And after that, the day commences. This man, people came from far and near to bring their children. It is only now I began to understand that what this man was doing was modern day physiotherapy. Original. Who taught him? This man never attended any conventional classroom taught by the so-called colonel. But we knew those things and get results immediately. It was amazing. And do you know, people, nobody in my family, both immediate and extended, was to get that from him. From him. This is my grandfather from my other side. My own grandfather from my mother's side as well had a unique talent. Healing talent. He goes into the bushes, he gets leaves. My brother, what this Christianity and this religion have done is unbelievable. And I want to prove that to you tonight. 3 days ago, I met a school principal that has had over 20 years experience in teaching. I met him, we got talking. You know the usual thing, where are you from? I said Biafra, and then we began to talk. You know, people like that, teachers, they would like to know, inquisitive, they want to know what's going on, and they dive into this and all that. So, and you know where I'm coming from. I'm calling from. I'm in Ireland. And Ireland had a similar experience with Biafra had. Okay, Ireland had it. Came up with this and said, listen, we escaped. This is what he said. We escaped. I said, what do you mean you escaped? He said, we escaped from two things. Jonathan, what I'm telling you is a fact, what I got from this man. You know, we don't lie. We are whiter than white, we don't lie. Okay? This man said we escaped from Britain and religion. He told me this is the reason why they have this tremendous development they have had and progress they have had in their country. That without that, they wouldn't have been where they are today. This man is telling me that in the next years, that Ireland is going to be number one in wind energy. That the technology and the research is huge in this country. That to be like Saudi Arabia oil in terms of wind energy. I said, oh my God. The man said, this is the only thing that's holding you people. Britain and religion. And Jonathan, lo and behold, you and Rada Hilda, what you guys are doing, history will not change about it. You don't know what you're doing to our people. You don't know what you're doing to humanity. You don't know what you're doing to future children. This particular program you guys are holding every Saturday, you don't know what it is. History will be very kind on the two of you. That's all I want to say tonight. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you. We must continue, because this restoration is not only physical. What sustains a revolution is ideology. You must first of all be mentally revolutionized before physical. Without it, you cannot succeed. That is why it is better we start with our removing the chains in our head first. That is it. One other, I don't know. This is the last call I am taking. Let me see. There is one caller. Let me see. You have been calling on direct line. Call on direct line. Can you hear me? Call on direct line. Are you there? Please go on. Go on, please. Go on. Please, you are the last caller.
Yeah, good evening, Mommy. Thank you. Please, I won't make it long. I want to ask a brief question. Let me start by, let me leave. I'm not making a mockery of any person, but let me say it rightly. Let me leave the Jesus of Spain, who have sued the Christians in the world for various times, and they could not understand where he's coming from. Now, let me go to Moses. Now, I understand when I was growing up that Moses turned stick into snake. And in this recent time, they have been condemning our cultures and the powers that have been given to us by the supreme being who owns our soul on earth. Now, my question is this. these people who have given an indoctrination into diverse religions onto us on earth, irrespective of Buddhist, atheist, Christian, and all whatnot, have they ever come in conclusion to tell us how their God look like? Because I believe that any God that loves you and needs your salvation towards himself should have given you a disclosure of who he is, as in both spiritually and physically. Then why is it that we are just languishing without realizing that the same scriptures, irrespective of wherever you belong to, have made you to understand that there is a spirit that dwells in us? And that spirit is the only thing that controls you, either to choose the good thing or you choose the bad thing. Nigeria is 106 years. Till today, they've never learned anything to help them to be useful before mankind. Then why is it that we are making mockery of this person they called, this supreme being they called God? Why is it that, okay, now, another thing is this, I came to realize one thing. When I was, I don't play with this thing they call Bible, because I hold it so firm, and actually I got a lot of knowledge from that, I know. But one day I sat in the congregation, they were telling me, after this lecture, don't try and give it to any other diverse religion and all that. And I grew with that. That could not give me an edge to begin to study some things that would have helped me in the future. It's not like you people are saying all these things on this platform. I've never engaged myself on a superior argument to understand the real things that have been, used to victimize us on earth here. You see? So it's just that we do not grow in the spirit. We decided to grow in the flesh, or maybe in the knowledge or within knowledge of those who have victimized us. We begin to see the things of the spirit as just a mere mockery thing. You see, so with culture, I love it so much. And you people have builded me up so much in this platform. So when I see Christians jumping up, how many of them, the Muslim, carries the Quran around to preach like the Christians? But they are Western strong. And us, Bible, printing Bible all over the big, small, medium, and whatever, we are not doing it. So I think we need to, you people should keep on, even if it's Monday to Monday, keep preaching this gospel. And to them out here, claiming that don't hear this Biafra, I want to ask you, 80% of this, our youth, use iPhone. Whether your mother have money or your father have money or not. All of them, I see them using iPhone. But they don't make use of the app. We have been preaching this thing, they can't. All they are claiming, accusing us is that we don't release Radio Biafra to every one of them. And you are giving excuse, as old as you are. I love you all. Bye for now. I remain
thank you very much. I think this is the last call. One other, please. There is a question our brother asked. Let me pick from where he asked whether the people, the Europeans that conquered us, are they the same that went to Japan and was pursued? That's why it's the same people. Europeans are Europeans, even if it's not the same person. It's just like, for example, asking, is it the Americans that went to Iraq, invaded Saddam Hussein? Is it the same Americans that went to Afghanistan? It depends on how you ask it. But the issue is this, that Europeans, they were enlightened. Wow, I have said it that this world is a world of exploitation. Whether we like it or not, that is the reality. It's a world of exploitation where if you fall mugu, either mentally or physically, anyhow, others will profit. They will profit and exploit you. It is allowed naturally. That is the reality. So, these people, the Europeans, during the era of discovery, after enlightenment pushed them. When they became enlightened, started reasoning in another way. No more sheepishly religion. Because, as I said, the way Nigerians are reasoning, the way Africans are behaving religiously, Europeans did the same thing. During the medieval period, prior to 14th century, 15th century. Europeans, we are sheepishly moving like this. Very poor. Only the kings and queens and bishops, we are progressing, rich. But the peasants, we are working very hard, but they earn nothing. So every day they go pray. The work of the clergy is to tell them how it is God that chooses those kings, so they should respect them and nothing more. But the time came, they woke up. They see these people every time, and we are working very hard. But look at where the kings are living. Very splendid castles. But look at where we live in shanty towns. Are we not the same human being? They have one head, we have. The same people, and we came into this world the same. You know, enlightenment will make you start reasoning something you can in a million years you never think about. You call it, you don't even think about it. But enlightenment will make you use your common sense. You start thinking, say, but these politicians that always or you see them going on SUVs, on motorcades, being protected by barricaded by military personnel, and are they not the same human being like us? Why are they exploiting us like this? People now start thinking like, and cause we come up, people rose up. That is revolution, and slaughtered them. And now people entered into power from the revolution and changed the status quo. Now they entered into a discovery. You know, he make them to start discovering, to start going and looking for things they didn't know in the horizon, where religion have made them believe before that the horizon, after there maybe God live there, or beg. If you venture there, one spirit is living there, he will chop you or you will die. Now their brains say, let us venture there. If we die, we die. And that is how they started moving from one continent to another, moving from one place, Mediterranean, to discover what is beyond the horizon. Enter Atlantic, enter Pacific, just to discover. That is how they came to Africa. That is how they went to Asia. That is the reality. But let me tell you, Frederick Lugard, who they call Lord Lugard, he was transferred from India when India had a catastrophe, from India to Nigeria to help hold Nigeria, because they didn't want what happened to India to happen to Nigeria. So as an experienced fellow, though they failed in India, because in India, Britain, they failed. What they wanted to organize a very big Indian zoo like Nigeria. It didn't augur well for them, because Indians, they were sensible. Their conquest of Asia didn't go like in Africa. Because of selfishness. The quest to drink a foreign schnapps. This foreign thing, it have been hitting us right from time. Our ancestors had a taste of foreign schnapps, whereas our own kai, locally manufactured kai ekpetesh is even more better than schnapps. But the way it is being bottled on our China, this one, now wow, it comes from Britain, from that far place. Do you see? Is the same thing that is troubling us today. The taste for foreign thing. We like something foreign more than something local. It is a fault. That is what made our people to fall. Oh, snap! From the Europeans, they saw the taste of our people, our taste for snap, foreign things, instead of what we have in our localities that are more better, highly more better. What do you think that is more better a drink than nkwelu, ngwo? All these natural things that even boost your immune system, the way it is. But the way we like speaking English more than our language, it's like that. It is today. That is the reason why, because of their selfish benefits to get foreign something, their taste, it brought them to cow into submission, conquered. And now they brought Frederick Lugard. When Britain regained themselves and said, look, we are not going to resemble Asian zoo. where they amalgamated both hyena and jackal together, both lion, everything together. It's impossible. That they cannot, they reason it themselves. You don't expect your colonizers or your subjugators to liberate you. Their job is to suppress you. But if you're a human being like them, now liberate yourself. Think, use your brain first. That is what the Indians did. They first of all think, say, but how can people come from overseas? We don't know where. They came and started governing us, putting us together, people that have no compatibility in their values. And they reason it. They move and talk to themselves. The Muslim Indians of that time, they say, look, we cannot stay with you together. You know, there's something I love, no matter what. Let me say it. With Muslims, they do the work. Anything they want, they get it. If they set up a goal, they will surely get it. You know, this Christianity, Europeans use it to turn Africa, we Africans that accepted Christianity, into imbeciles. I'm telling you before God and man. That is why even they don't want to see you spreading it in their streets now. Again, they say, what? This guy is spreading this stupidity we used to conquer them in our land. You know? Oh, just pray. Oh, the government, the people in the government, they are looting the whole fund. Terrorists are attacking everywhere, killing every you don't. No person you don't hold the government responsible. Just come and pray. Go to church and pray, and God will do it. Is it not stupidity? The Europeans, they see it as stupidity. They don't bring this to our land again. On the streets, spreading this rubbish we use in conquering you. If you want, go to church. You know, church, only members go there. So they don't care. Go to your church and talk all this rubbish and go. But one thing also I use in admiring the Muslims, once they set a goal, they will get it. They will get. It's an ideology that is viral in them. They get it. It doesn't matter. They don't take their life as anything. That is one thing with them. You understand? And in a place where two incompatible ideologies, values are being put together, in order for one, they are vying for supremacy. Two of them incompatible. Now you have to be radicalized in order to succeed. I have told you, look, any country, let me tell you, any country where Muslims and Christians or other religions are put together, vying for political superiority, the Islam there will be highly radicalized. Even Christianity in Nigeria is radicalized. The only fault is they tell them don't kill. But they can demonize their own brothers. They have vengeance on their own people. Denomination, oh, you're an unbeliever, this and that. Do you understand? So that is the fault. They become more imbecilic. They are radicalized in praying. That is why they go from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday to Monday, Sunday to Monday. They are in churches. Is it not radicalism? Is it because they don't carry knives? They are their own is they are radicals in imbecilism, in zombieism. That is it. Pray, only pray for God. God will do it. Don't do anything. Just pray. Pray. That is rubbish. Europeans don't want this. So that is it. But Frederick Lugard came from India. He was transferred from the giant zoo which Britain missed in India down to the giant zoo in Africa, in order not to make the same mistake as an experienced person. He say, hold this place. Don't let what happened in India happen. These are monkeys. Don't let them to think. If possible, we'll slaughter all of them, because we must hold them. We must hold them tight. Don't you see? That is the reason why British High Commissioner, I used to say it, he have been gallivanting everywhere in Nigeria. High Commissioner, ambassador doing that in a foreign country. Why? Because she feels not past tense. She's still feeling that Nigeria belongs to them. They are the creator. What can you do? It is for us to remove ourselves, to to liberate ourselves from their grip. That is the only remedy, because they are using the caliphate in order to colonize us more worse. South Sudan see this. They saw it in time in 1955, and they started the war. These are people people that want to progress, people that want life. Now they have to jettison their life in order to get life. But when we are living, when we want to continue living in slavery, under slavery, taking crumbs, just that is, we continue suffering and crying. That is it. But we have taken the bull by the horn. One other, please. I don't know. Go on, please, and make your conclusive or final remark before we close. Can you hear me, one other?
Okay, Mazi, well, thank you so much. I will attempt to answer the question our brother asked, but I don't know whether I will satisfy him. Why do I say that? My upbringing, I was not brought up as a Christian. My family was more of secular. Even though my father, my late father, was the product of those that took over from the colonial masters. My father was an engineer with Nigerian Railways. So they were the ones that took over from the colonial masters when they were living. But I think how I qualify my father had a very open mind. So he was a man that was curious. He read a lot. My father was so much involved in metaphysics. So he explored a lot. So in my family, even though my father is a product again of missionary, the missionary schools, but my father grew up not like going to church. In my family, there was nothing like on Sundays you went to church. And even though my school, when I started from a missionary school, but it was private. So I didn't come up from the point of view of my family going to church on Sundays. We were not. In fact, all my siblings, all of us that came to so-called Christianity was in an adult age. That was one thing my father did. In fact, we were all baptized at an adult age. My father refused to baptize any one of us because he was not going to church. And he was not practicing traditional medicine. That was my father. So he was more of secular. So that was how I grew up. So the question they asked about how I wore, what made me to wear my first dress of Mary Amaka, it has nothing to do with religion. My mother was the dressmaker in my family. So that's why I say I don't know whether I can satisfy his answer. So my life was more of secular. What happened to my father was, I think it was my mother's influence. Toward the closure of my father's life, that was when he embraced so-called Christianity. And the way my family identifies the kind of religious section, or like whether we're Protestants or Catholics, was just because majority of the people from my own village, were Protestants, because that was the first people that built a church in my community. So majority of the people from my community, my own community, my village, identify themselves as Protestants. It has nothing to do with anybody preaching to us. So, but toward the closure of my father's life, which was like 2 months before he died, he passed on. I think because my mother had then, for many, many years, started going to church. And like I said, my family was more of secular. So my father did not kind of try to control my mother to some extent. Like, she wanted to go to church, she could go to church. But my father was very, clear that he was not interested in this religious thing. He took the other route. So, but toward the end of his life, when about 2 months, that was when he embraced Christianity. And I'm going to qualify it this way, why he did that. I will call it that it was an escape from a perceived reality that has proved insupportable. So, because I think towards the closure of his life, all this thing about going to heaven, whether heaven is real or not, I think my father got to that stage in his life, whether it was aging or whatever, I don't know. He wanted to satisfy that part of he thought was missing in his life. If there is something like heaven, he didn't want to miss it. So that was why I had my father get into Christian life, and he only practiced it for 2 months, and he passed on. So I myself started practicing Christianity at, like I said, at old age. And that was why when I went in, I asked a lot of questions, I did a lot of reading, I did a lot of studies, which helped me to kind of come out, where I am. So I didn't come from a family that was religious. I came from a family that started as a secular, and any of my siblings that into religious practice today was the personal decision they took at old age. I don't know whether I satisfied them or not, but that's the story of my life. So, but what I would tell us is this, that we must understand that there's no particular religion. With my own life experiences and the studies that I've made, researches I've made, no particular culture, religion, whatever you call this, is superior than the other. We are uniquely made. Even the Bible, they quote, say that we are all equal before God. If we are all equal before God, so there's no culture that God has made to be superior than the other, but yet the same people that are telling you that you're equal before God want to lord it over you, want you to believe that you have lesser brain or your brain is less developed than theirs, which is not true. Again, I'm going to touch a little bit on what my brother asked. I know the question was directed to you. Yes, it was the same colonial master that went to, the same group of people, at that era. It does not have to be the same people that went to Japan that came to us. From my perspective, from my own argument, if you have to argue, the only difference is that when they came to us, we have this, which is one of the things I'm calling out. I believe, that is my belief, and I stand to be proven wrong. There is this thing about us, part of who we are, that makes us to kind of cherish something that we are not familiar with. We chase after it. We have the tendency to believe that which does not belong to us, which is not us, is better or superior. Because if you talk about it, before they brought the guns, we had our people making local guns, then guns, we had them. The argument becomes, when the colonial masters came with their whatever gun, just like the Japanese, why didn't our people take their guns, try to study it, improve on our own, and then just like what the Japanese did? We are still going through that process. We like to be consumers instead of using our mind, our great minds. We are people with great minds. Even other people around us acknowledge us, even within that Nigerian contraction. Just like the tape you played before this program started, Mazi, between Kunle and the other guy. You could say they acknowledge, they know our capacity. They know the capacity of our intelligence. But the point that I don't think that we truly Igbos, even though, let me talk about the Igbos, but Biafrans at large, even though sometimes we say it, but we come from the point of view of arrogance. We are smarter, we're this, but are we exercising this our mind? This is our great mind. This is our quality mind. How are we exercising it? Why do we allow other people to come in with trivial things to overrun us and overtake us? That was the problem then. That is still the problem now. And that's what we're trying to stay here, so that we can go back and go inwards, figure out who we are, because we have great potentials. Everything we need to be who we're supposed to be are in our land, in our culture. Very rich. Rich indeed. I'm not saying ours is better, but we have a very rich culture. Take it from what we eat to everything. They are there. But the only thing we are lacking is using these things to become who we're supposed to be. Instead of us to do that, we prefer, even when it comes to our relationships, you will see when we engage with other people outside our tribe, we try to teach them more honorable than when we are with our own. These are things we must look into. We have our unkwelu, we have our ungo, we have our petition. Because when you really talk about hot drinks, the petition is a finer, when you really done right, it is a finer drink than what they bring into you, because what they bring into you is more of chemical to what we are locally brewed. So this is why we are doing this thing we are doing, to take us back to understand that we had it good, we had it all, we have everything we need. All we need to do is to apply our mind to begin to revolutionize, to build on what talent, what gift that God has naturally given us. These are raw talents we are allowing to waste. We must engage them. We must improve on them. That's the only way we can escape this. Most of us know the truth, but it's the will, I believe, that we are lacking. So that is what I believe that we must deal with. So let us understand, with this program that is going on, all this is going on Radio Biafra is to awaken us to awaken the potential, what we are calling out to be awakened is not coming from outside. We as people already have these potentials. Let us believe that we are as good as the next person, the next civilization, the so-called colonizers. What do I say that? Look at the exploit we are doing when we go to all these Western places, or foreign lands, like whether it is abroad. Let me use the word. We come in here, we do exploit. We come in here, we are the most people that, when you call education, even anything, we are creative. The argument becomes, why is it that when we are in that contraction, we are not able to do this? It has nothing to do with our potential. It has to do because we have not been able to exercise, and the threshold for us to express all these potentials are not there. And that is why we must all come together and take Biafra as our North Star. Because once we're able to get Biafra, all this potential that are being wasted, even our children. If you come to America today, that time President Trump tried to call Nigerians shithole. Americans themselves, the elite of Americans, called his attention that, do you know that the most educated people in America here are Nigerians? When you target the Igbos and the Yorubas, and that's what we are talking about. Our children are the potential leaders in this country today. I'm talking about America for what I know. They are the lawyers, they are the doctors, they are the engineers, they are the software engineers. Our children. If we do not get Biafra, and this generation that is fighting for this, we exit this stage called the world. We are losing these children. And that is the mind exploitation the colonial master has continued to do. We must do everything within our powers. Get Biafra so that these are children, as we continue to educate them, let them know their roots so that they can go back even when Biafra is restored. I'm going to stop here. It's been a long day. But thank God for every information that come out, both those that called in, the teachings from you, of course, great as always. Let's continue to exploit, see how we can satisfy the people. I know we cannot be able to satisfy everybody. See what we can do as we move on and have everybody engaged. It looks like it's a topic that people are highly interested, because every week they continue to say the same thing. People are excited, and we're going to do our best to continue to bring it as much as we can. Thank you, Mazi. Have a wonderful day. And I say the same to all the listeners. God bless you all, to my fellow Biafrans. Almost here, Biafra.
All hail Biafra. Thank you, Waza, and remain blessed. We must continue what we are doing, because we are not relenting. Without the mental emancipation, physical one will be either highly difficult, or when revolution is carried out physically, it will not be retained, or it will go back, drift back into the quagmire, the status quo. This is why we are trying to emancipate ourselves from these mental chains and slavery. You understand? Sometimes some of us think that we don't, education comes from the Europeans. No. What happened, the Europeans came into our land and completely overwhelmed and stagnated our own development. You understand? And it's just like closing one road. The road we were going, they close it completely and ordered us, want us to be going through their own road. Many people were confused, but you have to do it. It was under duress. So that is why it seemed that our own development stagnated. But Japan said no to it. They took the advanced weapons, advanced technology that they need. And when it comes to changing their ideology, they say, no, it's impossible. Because they understood what was going on. They understood. The European missionaries were teaching people, Japanese, through their religion, that look, your ancestors were evil. Your shrine, Shinto shrines is a worshipping idol, so go and burn them. The same thing that our people are doing today. It's the same thing. So they demonized, turned ourselves into fighting ourselves. Because when you are fighting your ancestors, you are fighting yourselves. That they were demons. Demons born you, right? It is really absurd. It is high time we come back to our senses. Because this religion, the way you people don't understand the way it is holding us, it made us to stop looking at issues with our own eyes, instead through the eyes of foreigners, the way they want us to be. That is how we are. That is why Nigeria can never develop, because these two religions are there, making people more stupid. Do you understand? That is the thing. So we must continue in making sure that we emancipate ourselves. What we do here is to bring out facts and figures, because we cannot hide away from it. We bring out figures, histories, so that it is now for you to make good judgment. You know, somebody without option is only one way. That thing they tell you, that is where you go. But once you are, given options, you are exposed to different options. Now you check the best for you. The one that serves your best interest, that is the one you take. So that is why we are exposing all this. It doesn't matter. Some people might be saying that, we are against Christianity, we are against Islam. No. That is your problem. We are exposing the way Christianity came to our land through imposition, through conquest, through forceful conversion. The thing you are defending. So we expose the history concerning it. Now it is for you now to take decision. And that is what we preach here. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. It's our ideology. Thank you for listening. Tomorrow is another day. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with one other Miriam. From here, it is simply good evening.
Ọchịwadala mọzọnụ onye kara aka onye kpọrọ akpọchi ike ye ọchịwa na London weye ihe ji ege na Manchester udele neri ozue udele neri ozue udele neri ozue udele neri ozue opu ụzọ dị mmanụ udele neri ozue vampire ndị moye udele neri ozue ojobara kwaka udele neri ozue ojobara moji udele neri ozue the Supreme Court to governor udele neri ozue udele neri ozue udele neri ozue udele neri ozue o tribushi munne udele neri ozue mo mra hey ochiwo na London let's take this far na France na Manchester udele neri ozue udele neri ozue vampire ndị Imo steeti ezi vampire ndị Imo steeti hope ụzọ dị mmanụ hope ojobara kwaka amatara m hope ụzọ dị mmanụ n'afọ 2004 ruo n'afọ 2006 mgbe ọ na-esogharị ndị 419 mgbe m na-eme vidio coverage ka m matara hope ụzọ dị mma ama m ya so onye okwu ego ọ bịazi bịa m upgrade Supreme Court bịara nye anyị ya as governor ndị Imo arụ akwa na hụ na arụ Imo steeti Fada Mbaka bịa lele onye kpọrọ hope ndị Imo sa Chineke gbara gị elebiru na ya bụ ihe gbasara ya ọ bụ onye gwara anyị sa Chineke sa hope bịara n'Imo State. Anyị ahụ na hope ahụ. Child. Ngunu ha tige hope ụzọ dị mma n'uwe. Ọ gaghị adịrị unu na mma n'uwe. Anụ mere ala Imo Steeti arụwe. Tinyere anyị ihe. O jọbara kwa aka. Amụsụ na-eri ụmụ ya ye. Amụsụ na-eri ụmụ vampaya ye. Nke ndị Imo Steeti ye. Onye ọgwụ ego mama na Imo Steeti. Onye ọgwụ ego anyị mama n'uwe. Ọ ha ndị bidoro Yahoo Plus. Ahụ bidoro Yahoo na. Ọhịa eji jụọ ya sọ ma ha na-akpọ Yahoo. That's ya my home. Ije ọchịwa nwayọ kwa. Aga m ekwu eziokwu. Oche mana je were nne Fulani ihe. Tinyere anyị ihe. Ọha ebube agụ. Ebube oke. Ebube atụrụ. A na-egwusi ndị Imo Steeti ihe. A na-egwusi ndị Imo Steeti ihe. Ịbịa n'ala ọlụwe. Yusu n'ebe ahụ agwụla n'owe. Ọkwa obodo ya ahụ his own local government. Ya na-egbu ụmụnne ya na-atọ ya ụtọ. Egbu ụmụnna ya please his grandmasters. Onye rere nwanne ya rijuo afọ. Afọ fegi ihe ga-echegharị ya. Jekwa jejoro chasa juju n'uwe n'uwe. Ihe mere ya n'uwe. Ọ ga-agwa gị ya. Ọ ga-agwa gị hope ụzọ dị mma. O chere na ya rụ ụmụnne ya n'aka ndị ugwu na ha ga-etinye ya as president. Ha bịara ga-achị president. Mana ha metara wụọ ya n'ala. Wụọ ya kpara. Ihe na onwe ya megbuo ya. So wa sịrị na agbata na ebe ahụ. Eche olilolo. Hope ụzọ dị mma n'uwe. Ha wụọ ya kpara. O nwere ihe m chọrọ ịgwa gị. O nwere ihe m chọrọ ịgwa gị ụzọ dị mma. Otu ụbọchị ihe ọchịchị ga-apụ gị n'aka. Ọchịchị ga-apụ gị n'aka. Ka anyị mara nụ ebighị ebi na n'ime oyi. Anyị mara ebighị ebi. Chebakwụkwọ Hausa ahụ maka ebe adị banye na gị. Chebakwụkwọ Hausa. Ị ga-emecha pụọ n'oche ahụ. Ma gị ma grandmaster gị. Oche shinu ga-apụ ya. Ha ga-emecha pụ. Oge ahụ eruwa n'elu. Oge erulenu. Ije. O jemara na jebere ego ndị Imo Steeti ye. Zụrụ wọchị ye. Anyị egide ya. Watch of 457 million. Ka mmadụ banaka. Mmadụ banaka. Mmadụ Chineke kere eke. Mana o ji ndị nkụzi ụgbọ ji onye ụlọ ụgbọ. Ụlọ skuul na Imo Steeti na-alacha mmiri. Mana wa akwụkwọ na-agba watch of 457 million n'aka. Ebe akwụkwọ na-agba wa resources n'aka o. Udele na-eri ozuwe. Udele na-eri ozuwe. Eze vampaya ndị Imo ye. Udele na-eri ozuwe. Ojọbara kwa Kanu ye. Udele na-eri ozuwe. Ojọbara emoji ye. Udele na-eri ozuwe. 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 Ụzọ dị mma n'uwe. Udele na-eri ozuwe. Agbalele ka anyị na-ebe n'ala Imo. Agbalele ka anyị na-ebe n'Imo Steeti. Agba na ahụ na n'uwe. Otu Supreme Court si bịa n'uwe. Nyanya ọnwụ ike n'uwe. Si ya bịa bụ ndị Imo Steeti. Oya gọvanọ ye. Oya gọvanọ Imo Steeti. Ojọbara kwa aka. Okwu ụzọ dị mma n'ọjụọ. Udele na-eri ozuwe. Udele na-eri ozu ụmụ ya ye. Udele ọjụọ. Udele ọjụọ. Udele na-eri ozu ndị etinyere n'aka. Udele ọjụọ. Ahụbeghị m udele na-eri ozu udele ibe ya. Ahụbeghị m. Mana udele nke akpọtara n'Imo Steeti. Ọ na-eriri ozu ụmụ gị ya. Ozu ụmụ ọ mụrụ n'afọ. Ịbịazie n'ala Imo obodo ama ama n'uwe. Obodo eji eme ọnụ Naijiria. Obodo eji udo mara n'uwe. Ya na-enye ihe na-emezi. Obodo ga-apịa mkpọrị. Ọbụna na-efegharị. Mkpafu ọbara ebe niile n'uwe. Mkpafu ọbara ebe niile. acha opuzo dị mmanụ we gine wọpụ ha aka na ihe ọjụọ ka m gwa gị ihe ga-eme gị ihe arụ ga-eme gị ebe ọ sọrọ gị ka isi gị n'uwe ofu ụbọchị ị metara n'ala Imo gachụwarị gị a ga-abịa gwụgwọ ndị gburu ụmụ ha ndị gburu nwanne ha ndị gburu di ha ndị gburu nna ha n'ala Imo ekpere ha n'isi gị ihe n'uwe na ndị ebubo agụwe otu ụbọchị ihe unu metara ka chụgharị unu ma gị ma ndị ebubo atụrụ ọbara ndị tụkwafu ga na-achụgharị unu ekwukwu owere na agbara niile nke Imo steeti otu ụbọchị a ga-abịa fere udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu opu ụzọ dị mmanụ udele na-eri ozu pampa ya ndị Imo udele na-eri ozu oji ọbara kwa aka udele na-eri ozu oji ọbara eme ọjị udele na-eri ozu Supreme Court Governor udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri oyibo gwara m si n'uwe every day is for the thief but one day is for the owner of the house oyibo gwara m na-eme ka ọma nọ ka anyị na-ele gị wụrụ nwafọ Imo steeti anyị nụrụ ebubo agụ aka anyị gbatagbata gị wụrụ nwafọ Imo youth Imo steeti ihe ntị ka m gwa gị ị na-akwado n'uwe APC ya na PDP ndị mere Naịjirịa ha wụta ndị ọjọọ na 2023 election ka m gwa gị ahụhụ ga-ezute gị ahụhụ ga-akpọ gị n'ezinụlọ gị ọchịwa na-amagwa n'uwe gee ntị ka m gwa n'uwe lekwe m anụkwa na London mana ihe na-eme Naịjirịa na-ataba anya mmiri ọ na-agba anya mmiri udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu ọba na-awepụ ụzọ dị mmanụ udele na-eri ozu pampa ya ndị Imo steeti the living dead aka onye nwụrụ anwụ na-aga ije udele na-eri ozu nwoke bitala mmiri udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ụmụ ya ala Igbo gee ntị ka m gwa n'uwe ala Igbo gee ntị ka m gwa ala Igbo niile gezie ntị ka m gwa n'uwe onye na-enweghị mma onye na-enweghị egbe jekwejeche otu tebere ụlọ bụ otu tebere shibe digo maka ndị fụle na-agbala n'ire anasa n'ime ọhịa na-eche mgbede amasta sijasị ha go on eji egwu pịọm ka ha gwụ anya agwụrụ ha pịọm ha gwụ anya mana ọ ga-ere ha yutunu n'ala Igbo oge abịabaghị dịkwanụ njikere maka ihe na-abịa n'ihu ihe na-abịa n'ihu mgbe ọ ga-esu anyị nwere ike anya gadị prepa anya gadị awe mgbe oge mana mụ ọchụọ na agba nnụ onye ọbụla gụrụ na njikere maka ihe na-abịa n'ihu dị prepa ije okwu udele na-eri ozu opu ụzọ dị mma Supreme Court Governor ọhịa ọwụna udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu ụmụ ya the living dead onye nwụrụ anwụ na-aga ije opu jọbara kwa aka ụzọ dị mma jọbara emoji ọnwụ na-egbu ụmụnne ya n'uwe ọnwụ gburu Imo steeti udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu ụmụ ya ọchịwa na-amagwa gị ihe ọchịwa na-amasị gị ahụhụ ga-ezute gị udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu udele na-eri ozu udele neriozu opuso di manu udele neriozu vampire ndi moye udele neriozu ojobana kwaka udele neriozu ojobare mojiyo udele neriozu supreme court to governor udele neriozu udele neriozu udele neriozu Ochiwo na London, ihe cheke na Manchester, ese kise va na France. Onye nkumata na yeze. Ewe onye oge memo. Akwụkwọ nsọ sị gị, say the truth and the truth shall set you free. Akala m ya bojare yare. Ije! Akwajola hope ụzọ dị mma. Ya suma kanda egwuremo bandits. Ya ukoji kọfụ onwe ya. Mbanya na egwuregwu ya na-eklozo osisa FM maka na ha bụrụ eziokwu. Ihe mega n'Imo steeti ugwula ka awụ. Say the truth, you die. Hey! Ana m asị ka mkpụrụ obi the 14 boys egburu n'Imo steeti na ndị niile nwụrụ kemgbe hopu chebana ọchịchị ka mkpụrụ obi ha zuo ike na ndụkwa. Anakwa m asị ọbara ha chụgharịma hopu ụzọ dị mma na mberezi ya na aha Chukwu okike abịa ama. Ise hope si na ya ga fight IPOB with his last blood. Achala ngochi eba na agba n'igwe bụ nsegbe ga ya n'iyi ya manụ ka ịhụ ọchịwa akala m ya mana gị uru yuz na Nigeria na support ihe ọjọọ ebere memebole gị ọchịwa na London o ya sọ mmanụ bụ ebe mana ha kwuru obodo ya dị mma ije udele neri ozue udele neri ozue udele neri ozue udele neri ozue opuzo dị mmanụ udele neri ozue vampire ndị moye udele neri ozue ojobara kwaka udele neri ozue ojobara mojiyo udele.
We are too big to fall. No, 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 no. Nothing fit to stop us. My people demand freedom. Should be a crime. Should be a crime to ask for your right. Ask for your right. I will take it and let me alone. We know they do the same thing. We know they go the same way. We don't carry this same language for